Alright. I'm here. You know, I was gonna say something about, like, oh yeah, I'm here actually, you know, a little earlier than usual. No, it still took me 5 minutes. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. Shouldn't be. Starting off with the Team MZ theme, battle theme, this stream. And it's honestly a bop! You know, speaking of which, it took me close to 4 months, but I finally finished the main story of Legend ZA last night, so yes, more on that during the intermission. But, how has everyone been? Oh god, it's been a thing these last couple weeks, especially last week. I hate living in this country. I hate living here, but unfortunately I've got nowhere else to go. So, yay! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're still here, we're still living. We're gonna keep going. How has everyone's New Year's been so far? I hope they've been, I mean, if you're American, relatively good. Relatively. I will say, it wasn't quite as noisy, this year as it was last. Like, there was hardly any fireworks going off, which was weird, because it's like, it wasn't raining, and even if it were, like, I've lived in this town long enough to know that, like, these fuckers will unleash the fireworks no matter what. So I'm like, what happened this year? Was no one in the festive mood? I mean, to be fair, not that I'm complaining, considering, you know, I have 2 pets that are sensitive to the sound of fireworks, and they tend to freak out whenever they hear those. So the fact that there weren't many fireworks going off means a happy dog and a happy cat. By the way, if you actually look in the description below, I did make a little change. I mean, for the most part, it's still the same. I basically just added, like, an addendum to the Twitter thing of, like, by the way, I locked my Twitter because of the Muskrat's bullshit. Which, by the way, you know, if we want to talk a little bit about that before we start here, if you weren't here for the beginning of last stream, I basically talked about why I locked my Twitter, and it's mainly because Twitter decided to implement the new image editor thing, where you can ask Grok to basically do whatever the fuck you want it to do to your posts. And I locked it because I don't want to see my mother get degraded like that. So, yeah. But it's not funny in a way I find humorous, but it's funny in a way of, like, I fucking knew this was going to happen, and yet no one did anything to stop it. I did see that, because of everything that's going on with Grok at the moment, you know, generating, CSAM, Twitter is looking to be in a whole lot of legal trouble, which is fair and justified. Like, so much so to the point that, allegedly, quote-unquote, I guess the Muskrat is looking into potentially punishing those who use Grok to create CSAM, and I'm like, why don't you just get rid of the fucking feature altogether? Why don't you get rid of the image editor altogether? That's clearly the issue here. It's not just the fact that you're using AI, it's just the fucking feature itself. But no, because that's just gonna fucking ruin your little plan, because you're such a fucking man baby. Ah! I mean, thankfully, I haven't run into any issues myself. I mean, I've never used Grok in my lifetime, and I don't plan on it. But thankfully I haven't run into any issues of that myself, and I thank God that I haven't run into anybody using Grok as an image editor, mainly because I imagine the people I follow on Twitter are, you know, people who think Gen AI is bullshit. So, yay. But I have heard of the stuff that people are using, you know, that the generators are using Grok for, and it's like, oh, that's disgusting. Hopefully something is done about that soon. Though it wouldn't surprise me, if one of these days Twitter just gets shut down. Probably by the feds. Because I actually did ask myself this question, right? Of like, you know, considering that you could ask Grok to edit, like, real-life photos, and considering how many people tend to put images of kids up on Twitter, you know, I was thinking to myself, like, if you were to ask Grok to make those selfies, you know, those children's selfies, like, you know, inappropriate, let's just say, would that be considered, you know, illegal? And obviously my personal answer was yes, because that is a real-life person, but I was wondering in terms of, like, you know, the court of public opinion, like, would that be considered such? And I was right to say that yes, it would be, regardless. I haven't thought about using Twitter more, but given all the controversies I'll pass, that's completely fair. Like, here's the thing, I know how much of a shit show Twitter is, but the thing is, I've just been on it for too long. I've been on it for too long at this point in my life. I've been on it for close to 20 years at this, well, actually, not close to 20 years, but, like, it has been well over a decade at this point. I also have friends on Twitter that haven't made the jump to Blue Sky yet, or at the very least decided not to completely abandon ship. And I like having private accounts on Twitter. That's one of the only reasons I haven't completely abandoned ship yet, is because Blue Sky doesn't have the private account yet, and I get too much social anxiety to do that. Because my brain is wired to where it's like, I don't want to be perceived by anybody. And Blue Sky would force me to confront that issue, and I don't want to yet. But yeah, like, I mean, I would say, honestly, like, if you thought about using Twitter, don't. Just don't. Just don't. You know? Just don't. It's a cesspool. Anyway, before I get into the game, there is one thing I want to address before we start, and that's regarding what happened last stream. Obviously, you know, if you were here, nothing bad happened, but, you probably would have noticed that, like, really towards the end, I was getting, like, really, like, hurried, and, like, I was really just, like, trying to go as quick as I can to, you know, trying to wrap everything up at the end, and I normally am not like that. I'm normally not like that, but the reason I was like that last time was because, God, I feel like even the way I try to explain this is gonna make me sound like such a pussy, but essentially, that day, the place that I live in was having some pretty strong winds, right? Like, we're talking, like, you know, 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts, right? And the thing is that normally, I imagine for any streamer, you know, it's like, that's nothing to worry about, right? Here's the thing, though. And this has been proven over the years, where my house does not tend to do well, or I should say, my electricity doesn't tend to do well with high wind gusts. And obviously, it would be really awkward if, you know, the stream suddenly cut out because my power, like, flickered for a second. And, you know, and basically, because I don't know if or when that's gonna happen, I tend to get really anxious because I don't want to deal with all the, you know, chaos that comes with that. So that's why I was really trying to, like, hurry stuff up, you know, to the point that I was really just, like, trying to get to the wrap-up, you know? And I don't like doing that, because I like chatting with people. I like talking to people, you know, especially about, you know, the game and what other stuff comes up. So, that's why. But, thankfully, today, everything seems to be calm. We're not facing any issues, so hopefully, barring any unfortunate circumstances, because you never know, we should be good to go. Excuse me. We should be good to go. Alright, so we are gonna say... Oh, and my computer is screaming. So, okay, we are gonna say goodbye to Firefox for now. You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that I did see... that... Because it does feel... Because, for any longtime viewers, y'all know that, like, before I started on this whole thing of streaming twice? Okay, I did say that right. For some reason, I was like, did I say that wrong? No, I didn't. Twice a month. It felt like every time I streamed, there would always be, like, an award show going on. Like, for some reason, it's like, whenever I stream, coincidentally, that's also when, like, there's a big award event going on, like, whether it's the Emmys, the Oscars, the Golden Globe Awards, etc. It's like, it always happens, and tonight happens to be one of those nights. Although I think if I saw, it's not supposed to be like, apparently they're handing out Golden Globe Awards, and I'm like, but the event itself is not named, like, after the Golden Globe Awards, so I'm like, is that happening tonight, or are people just getting, like, a move on with it? I got a 13-day ban in my favorite game just because my internet went down. I was only disconnected for 3 minutes. Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Where were you even... Like, was it League? Was it League? Because I remember you mentioned that last time. It was that you were... Like, well, someone mentioned they were playing League. But still, an almost 2-week ban? I guess because they thought you were, like, dodging or something? That's so... I don't like that. That's so stupid. Oh my god, that's so I just realized I forgot to get my water. I'll be right back. I gotta go get that real quick. Alright, got my water. Okay, get into Steins Gate real quick. Alright, loading the game up currently. Alrighty. Get to the load screen real quick. Okay. Put that up. There we go. Okay. Jesus. Okay. So, recap for last time. So, we started off Chapter 2, Interpreter Rendezvous. And... I'm actually trying to remember. What the hell? Because I remember everything in the second half. What did we do in the first half? We went on the search for the very old computer known as the 51 for the IBM 5100. Oh, now I'm remembering. First half, we went over CERN's hidden research, quote unquote, hidden data, and we found out that they are actually conducting time travel research, and they've been discovered to have already been able to create micro black holes. So, that's a problem. Okabe and Kurisu get into what I honestly would consider a very, I don't know if I would say healthy discussion, but very much some good discourse about science, the veracity of time travel, research, etc., etc. That I still think is a really good, like, scene showcasing, like, how Kurisu and Okabe are both, like, these brilliant individuals, but they both obviously have different ways of not conducting experiments, but like how, I guess, their views on science and such. But anyway, so we went on the search for the IBM 5100. We participated in a Rynet tournament against Ferris, and we promptly lost to her. We got our ass beat, and we experienced some really bad secondhand embarrassment because Okabe's Chunibyo syndrome is just going crazy, going haywire. But we did find out that the IBM 5100 was actually given to the Yanabayashi Shrine, which is where our friend Lukako and his family reside in. And after a very uncomfortable scene regarding Kurisu and Lukako's dad, we got the computer, and with Kurisu's help, we took it back to our office. However, we also met with Suzuha on the way there, and for some reason, we don't know why, Kurisu and Suzuha seem to have a hostile encounter. Like, Suzuha seems to have some beef with Kurisu, but Kurisu has no idea what for. So, yeah. And we basically just stopped at the point afterwards. It was after it was after another uncomfortable scene featuring Okabe and Kurisu, where we basically got to experience Kurisu actually being scared of Okabe for a little bit because she believed he would hurt her, and it's like, no, not that. I mean, granted, we know he wouldn't hurt her, but, she doesn't know that, right? Speaking of which, I also did want to address this, because I kind of feel like if I don't address it now, it's gonna become a problem the more and more we go on with this. And here's the thing. So we're gonna be a little serious. We're gonna get a little serious time. Replaying through this game, it has been a joy. It has been a blast, right? However, it's definitely rereading everything I've read so far. It's definitely making me realize how much hope I stumble upon you again sometime soon. Well, have a good time. Hope you come back soon. I don't know. But, as I was saying, it has become apparent to me how there's definitely moments in Steins Gate that didn't age well, And keep in mind, I played this game back in 2015. 2016. And I wasn't as knowledgeable about some things back then as I am now. And here's the thing. This game was originally released in 2010. Or 2009, 2009. Regardless, it has been a long time since this game was originally released. And as such, there are definitely moments where you can tell this is a game that is that was from that period in time. And it definitely makes me uncomfortable reading some of that stuff, you know? But what I'm gonna say is that, you know, is like, I mean, do those moments make Steins Gate bad? No, of course. I mean, Steins Gate is still one of my favorite visual novels. I don't think that's ever gonna change. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there are going to be times where where I don't feel comfortable reading some scenes aloud. And those are going to probably be times where my reactions to said scenes may seem off. Like, if I'm laughing at something that is very uncomfortable, it's not that I find it funny, that's just how I express my discomfort. But regardless, you know, as I said, there are going to be times where this game is going to have some stuff that I'm going to feel uncomfortable with, and we are just going to acknowledge it and move past it. But the reason I say all this is that I think it's important that even if I do love Steins Gate, even if I love this game to death, I'm still going to criticize the moments. I'm still going to criticize those things. You know, because not every, you know, Steins Gate, I'm getting confused here. I know what I'm trying to say. Do you think Steins Gate would be canceled nowadays? Not outright. Like, the only thing I can think of that I remember is the one scene with Lukaku. Like, I cannot imagine that if Steins Gate were to have been released in today's day and age, that scene would... I don't think that scene would be present if Steins Gate were released today. Because that, like, you know what scene I'm probably talking about. Like, I just, you know, I mean, I'm not saying it because I'm trying to keep this playthrough spoiler-free until we get to the moments that I'm like, oh, this is what I was talking about, right? But you know what scene I'm talking about regarding Okabe and Lukaku. And we're going to talk about that scene when we get to it. But I don't necessarily think Steins Gate would be canceled, would be outright canceled. I definitely think there would be some scenes that, like, if not outright taken out, definitely rewritten to sound better, with more sensitivity. I mean, like, for example, the whole scene regarding Kurisu and Lukaku's dad, where Okabe was, like, basically stirring the pot that, like, oh, Kurisu has romantic feelings for Lukaku's dad, and Lukaku was just like, you know, no, you're not going to take my dad away from me. And that was a really uncomfortable scene, because, you know, if you know about Kurisu's backstory, no way she was doing that with him. And even then, even if you didn't know, she's 18. She's 17, 18 years old. He's, like, middle-aged. That would look way worse on him than it would on her. And I don't like that, and I didn't like the implication of Okabe, like, just, you know, suggesting that, right? I didn't like that. That was pretty bad. You know, and you know, and then of course, but I do, you know, no, I don't know how you would rewrite, because I understand that maybe the purpose of that scene was to kind of just, like, I mean, not poke fun at Kurisu, but, like, it was meant for more for laughs, right? But I think in today's day and age, that definitely, if that scene is not taken, isn't taken out of the game outright, it definitely would have been rewritten to where it probably wouldn't have even touched that, right? And then, of course, the scene where, you know, where Kurisu calls Okabe, and Okabe gets really upset by that, you know, and he basically like stalks towards her, and in our mind, like, you know, he's upset because she didn't call him Hyoin Kyoma, but in Kurisu's mind, you know, she's like thinking, oh god, I'm gonna get assaulted by him, aren't I? You know, because she's a petite woman, you know, potentially fighting against, like, a grown-ass man. Like, granted, Okabe's a gangly man, but he's still a man who is stronger than her. Like, it wouldn't be out of left field for Kurisu to assume that, like, Okabe could really seriously hurt her if he wanted to. I mean, obviously, and as I said, like, us as the audience know that Okabe wouldn't do that, especially for those who played the game before, but she doesn't know that. I think that scene could be more so like, okay, maybe we could rewrite it to where it's like, you know, it's not quite taken a little bit for laughs, right? But that's what I'm trying to get at, is that, like, there are going to be moments in this game that, like, are going to make me uncomfortable, and I think it's important to acknowledge, you know, why those moments wouldn't work in today's age and why I'm uncomfortable with them, and then we're just going to move past, and then we're just going to move on. The whole point of what I'm trying to say is that I think it's, you know, is that even if Steins Gate is one of my favorite visual novels of all time, it's still important to criticize it where it needs to be criticized. You know? Because I do find some enjoyment in that, right? Anyway, I've talked on long enough. Let's get into the game proper. Okay, thankfully it doesn't look like we have any mail today. So yay. Alright, I'm gonna take some water real quick. Wet my throat a little bit. Alright. According to Daru's research, the IBM 5100 weighs 25 kilos. For now, we'll leave it on the shelf in the development room. What is 25 kilos translated to pounds? We carry the cardboard box to the room, half dragging it. Kurisu follows. I can only shake my head. Kurisu looks around the development room. Kurisu casually picks Future Gadget 4, Moad Snake up from the shelf and stares at it. What was Moad Snake again? Chottomatte. Wait, it's F4, right? Yes, okay. Fuck. Where is it? Fuck. Oh wait, is it? Here it is. I was thinking to myself, like, it's probably listed under gadgets. No, it's not. Oh, an instant super humidifier uses electric heating coils to quickly boil a large volume of water. And it's a reference to Metal Gear Solid, right? That's so weird. Metal MOA Solid Rising, even though it's a I mean, too, it's obviously a reference to Metal Gear Solid, but I also feel like of Rising, like, with Revengeance, you know, with the game with Raiden. Oh, okay. A claymore. Kurisu sighs and returns Moad's snake to the shelf. Hey, the lab coat! Without waiting for a reply, she grabs Daru's never-worn lab coat from the shelf and puts it on gallantly. Oh? Overcome with emotion, I seize Kurisu's hand and grasp it firmly. Firmly grasp it! You get it, don't you? He's so happy to have another scientist. The lab coat scene. Uh-oh. Should I be... Aww. I told Daru over and over, but he wouldn't wear one, damn it. But my assistant is different. She put it on before I even said anything. He's so happy. She shakes off my hand and turns her back to me. Yeah, he's actually really happy that's like, oh my god, I have another scientist in the room, finally, oh my god! I mean, obviously it's Kurisu, so it's like, he's not gonna fucking, like, be completely happy, but... I will say, I do like the effort that Huke went to like make sprites specifically for Kurisu wearing the lab coat. Like, it's cute. Alright, time for science time. Kurisu thrusts both hands into her lab coat's pockets, then bends down to look at the time machine now placed underneath the table. The previous experiment broke the table and even left a hole in the floor. There's a danger that will happen again if we successfully reproduce the discharge phenomenon, so unfortunately we'll have to leave it on the floor for now. I point to the X68000. There's code on the screen. The bunch of bananas only has 3 bananas left. Oh, now you give a shit, Okabe?
だったらあんたに許可取らなくていいわね。明日新しいバナナ買ってくることにして。と。
Carissa takes one banana from the bunch, squats down, and places it inside the phone wave. She begins to type on her phone. She pushes send, and the phone wave begins to turn backwards. After 120 seconds, the chime rings. The banana is still in the microwave, unjellified. Probably hot, right? Carissa yelps as she tries to take out the banana and quickly draws back her hand. She starts blowing on her fingers. This proves that the hidden function Mayuri found wasn't a freezing function, but we knew that already. Undaunted, Carissa throws in a new banana, and once again begins reverse rotation for 120 seconds. But the second banana warms up too. We can't reproduce the jellification phenomenon, much less send mail to the past. You know, I actually do wonder, like, this is actually giving me, like, making me really think about, because, I mean, how do I put this? I kind of, because I really like the vibes. I guess that's a good term. The vibes, the aesthetic, I guess, of scientists, like, collaborate, like, gathering and collaborating together in, like, this dingy-ass room with, like, budget equipment and such, like, trying to conduct experiments, like, to prove a hypothesis. It makes me think about, like, it makes me think about certain experiments that happened in the past, like, for some reason, like, my mind is, like, thinking to, like, the creation of the internet, the creation of Facebook and such, like, because I mean, I never really read up on those because it just didn't really interest me, but it makes me think about, like, what was it like creating those things back then? You know? Like, was it like this, where, I mean, because I know that there was talk of at least with the Facebook creation, that, like, Mark Zuckerberg was basically just hanging out in the fucking garage with a bunch of programmers and such, and that's how he came up, and that's how Facebook came to be. But, like, genuinely, like, was it basically like this, where it's like, you just had a bunch of people who were like, hey, I have an idea that I want to test out. What can we do to do that? We agree for once. Yeah, and this scene is actually really good too, to show, like, how, when Carissa and Okabe are actually able to, like, work together on something like this, like experiments and such, like, they actually can be pretty productive. But Carissa's motives and my motives are probably the exact opposite. My assistant here wants to disprove my theory that the phone wave is in fact a time machine. It even feels like everything's already been created. Now with AI, we're just waiting for the machines to rebel. Man, I mean, to be fair, I think, like, I think to be fair, like, I think, even now, like, there's probably, like, what I was talking about is still happening. It's just, like, we just probably don't hear about it as much. Not to mention, like, funding is, like, becoming an increasing concern and all of that. At least in American governments. I don't know what it's like in other countries. And that's if we're not talking about and that's if we're not, unfortunately, bringing generative AI into the mix. Because, God. Because for some fucking reason, corporations just seem to think that, like, oh, if we use generative AI to write our code for us, nothing can go wrong. Looks at, like, Windows 11 Copilot just bricking your PC if you so much as delete a file.
違う。120秒前の状態に戻るならゲル化はしない。
So she wants to say that because it was jellified, it didn't travel back in time.
唐揚げはゲル化せずに冷凍状態へと戻ったのだぞ。
そのゲル化せずに冷凍状態へ戻ったっていうロジックも怪しい。冷凍されていただけでゲル化そのものは起きていた可能性については検証した？
No, I didn't. Fuck. I think Mayuri ate the refrozen chicken.
塩に関してはゲル化はしなかった。
何も変化しなかったって定義すべき。
この前の放電現象が発生した後、徹夜で実験した結果、キャベツ、大根、米、こんにゃく、メロンパン、ガルガリ君、カップ麺、いずれも何も起きなかった。
Crunchy-kun. Fictional. A brand of popsicle. Garu. Oh, this is from Chaos Head too. Garugari-kun. A brand of popsicle. Popular throughout Japan. In addition to the standard soda flavor, over 50 varieties are sold, including cola, grape, and limited promotional flavors. Win may be written on one part of the stick. A winning stick earns a free popsicle. The chances of winning are rumored to be around 2%. It's like the sea salt ice cream from Kingdom Hearts. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this makes me I do want to try out, like, the weirder flavors of ice cream. Like, unfortunately, like, a bunch of, like, American stores I don't think carry, like, the weird flavors of ice cream. I think you would have to go to other countries for that. But obviously, I mean, I will say this. I think the one type of ice cream I want to try is sea salt, because I'm such a Kingdom Hearts nerd, and I want to know, like, what does that taste like? It's probably saltier than it's probably salty, which is going to be weird considering ice cream's not supposed to be salty, it's meant to be sweet.
液体に関しても同様だ。あの日は放電現象の前後で実験の成功率が180度変わった。放電現象前はすべて成功。放電現象後はすべて失敗。
レンジが電気を溜め込んでるとか？ゲル化したものはフラクタル構造のようだって言ってたわよね。塩はもともと単純構造だから影響を受けないのかな。電気とどんな関係が？
ここはタイムトラベル理論を前提に考えてみるべきだ。
ダメ。結論ありきで考えるのは良くない。
すでにいくつも実験成功例があるのだぞ。それを否定するのか？
私は別にこれがタイムマシンじゃなくてもちっとも困らないから。そもそもこの小さな電子レンジの中でビッグバンに匹敵するエネルギーが発生していると定義するのは無理がある。
Kurisu frowns deeply.
放電現象の再現、それにフラクタル構造化の再現、どちらもできなくなってしまった理由があるはず。やり方は何も変えていない。 設定も全く変えていない。実験対象も変更なし。それ以外で変動する条件というと、
誰が観測するかだな。
何よそれ。
Like Schrodinger's?
量子論だ。観測者は実験の重要な要素だ。
放電現象が起きた時はここには4人いた。でもその前に橋田さんが1人の時にも発生してる。フラクタル構造化した実験時は2人の時や3人の時があった。
Actually, I guess like Schrodinger's cat is Schrodinger's cat considered a quantum theory?
私たちは2
Probably.
人ともどちらの現象も見ている。つまり条件は変わっていないはず。
だとしたら、
There must be some other variable. It's on the tip of my tongue. Then I hear a rumbling sound from Carisu's stomach.
腹が減ったのか。
うるさいな。お昼から何も食べてないのよ。
Carisu turns away as she looks at her watch.
もう8時か。
バナナを食うがいい。
Just eat a banana.
ただし、食べていいのはさっき温めた2本だぞ。実験で使った食材は美味しくいただけ。
Why don't you just get like? Do you not live near a kombini? Why not just go to the nearest one and get something?
あるいは買い置きのカップ麺があるが。
Also, a banana's not gonna be enough to fill her up.
いらないか。やはりアメリカ生活が長いとファーストフードの方が好きになるものなのか。
Listen.
カップ麺。
何？
カップ麺もらうわ。
カップ麺をか？
ちなみに味は？
醤油味と塩味がある。
塩味。
She seems in the mood to eat. She's hungry, Okabe.
それとフォークある？
Oh, she can't. Can she not use chopsticks? I could have just went. Okay. All right, August 2nd, huh? All right, we'll save here, just in case. Never had cup noodles. I've had ramen before, but the thing is, I was never really. But the thing is, I've never had like the flavored ramen. Mainly because like I'm such a picky eater that I feel like adding any flavor to my pasta is just gonna ruin it for me. So whenever it came, so whenever it came like to the ramen, we would basically kind of just like boil it in water and then I would just eat it plain. With no flavoring whatsoever. But that was back when I was a kid. I actually tried to eat ramen once, like after I became an adult, and it did not taste the same. I was like, oh my god, it doesn't taste that great. Ugh. I don't know. Maybe if I actually ate ramen the way it's supposed to be eaten, it would probably taste better. Who knows? Cup noodles, though, is that basically ramen? Or is it just in a cup? Or is it different? Like, the only exposure to cup noodles I have ever had was when I bought Final Fantasy 15 for my birthday, and I got to see the cup noodles collab with that. Sorry, now I'm thinking about that, I don't know if it was a commercial or a video where it was the Final Fantasy 15 cup noodles collab, and Noctis is just wearing the fucking the cup noodle hat. Oh god, I love Final Fantasy. I do like Final Fantasy 15. I wish I finished it. It's like I got to Altissia and then I dropped it. I meant to drop it for like maybe a week or two. Never went back to it. And that was back in 2018. I think that was back in 2018. Okay. Let me take some water real quick. It's past midnight. At 8 o'clock, the two of us silently ate cup noodles and warm bananas. Daru said he didn't want any, and ever since then we've been examining the phone wave. I've mainly focused on the terminal mode settings through the X68000. The programs Daru wrote are all wizard class though, so I can't understand most of them. Wizard. An insanely skilled hacker. No shit, Gabe! Wizardo! Could've just said Mahal. Mahal Sky. Karisu's been examining the AC adapter and the lab's electrical switchboard for a while, though we stopped her when she tried to disassemble them. It's early morning, and she still shows no signs of leaving. It's midnight! Like, you just said it's past midnight. What do you mean early morning? I consider early morning to be like 4 or 5 in the morning. McDonald's Street Fighter collab? When did that happen? I've never heard of that. Was it anything like the was it anything like the FF15 and Cup Noodle collab where you would you have Ryu eating fucking McDonald's? It's like, here are your fries, your not Whopper, that's Burger King, the McRib. Excuse me. Where is she staying anyway? She's been in Japan for 1 or 2 months, and she did say she was going back to America this month. The trains aren't running this late, so I guess she might not be able to leave even if she wants to. But in that case, why didn't she leave before the train stopped? Don't tell me she plans to stay! No girls have ever stayed over at the lab. Mayuri has a curfew, so she always goes back home to Ikebukuro. Daru and I frequently stay here, though. It's not an exaggeration to say we live here half the time. Maybe it's normal for American girls to stay overnight in labs. No!
Christina, こんな時間までここにいていいのか? せめて家に連絡したらどうだ?
連絡なんて必要ないから。
何? お前の親は放任主義なのか?
Karisu turns to me and sighs.
父親とはかれこれ7年も会ってない。母親はアメリカ。私は今はホテル暮らし。わかった?
Well, that's sad.
No.
Living in a hotel. Well, true, renting an apartment for just a month is absurd, but... What's the difference? Isn't it the same thing?
私はアメリカ人じゃないし、東京のど真ん中にモーテルはないだろ。
どんなホテルだ?
どんなってお茶の水にある普通のホテルよ。
Ochanomizu?
お茶の水ではここから歩いて帰れるではないか。
まあね。
Sure. I see. That's why she's so flexible with her schedule. I finally understand.
では父親の件について聞こう。
You know, I was kind of afraid when he asked her, like, what sort of hotel she was staying at. I was afraid it was going to lead to a joke about her staying at a love hotel. And I'm like, can we not? Like, can we stop with the sex jokes, please? But thank God, it's just, okay. Whew. Crisis averted.
は
7年会っていないと言ったな。
Also, that is a personal question to ask somebody who you've only known for, like, what? A few days?
なんであんたが私の父親に興味持つのよ。
お前がこれ見よがしに父親のことを口にしたのではないか。それはつまり父親の件について相談に乗ってくださいお願いしますというメッセージだろう。
Why was that like a semi-decent girl voice?
そんなわけあるか。
よかろう。お前は俺の助手だ。助手の悩みには乗ってやらなければな。というわけで張り切って話すがいい。
I don't think you've earned that right, Okabe. Kurisu pouts and says no more. Instead, she glares at the circuit box on the wall.
どうした？
あんたに話すことなんて何もない。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you've really earned the right to, like, you know, her personal life, dude.
そうか、わかったぞ。お前の父親はもともとは英雄だったが、やがてその身を悪に染め、今や帝国の幹部として黒マスクと黒マントを身につけ、こう言っているのだな。そして将来的に親子で戦う運命に。
Bro. Yeah, this is... yeah. I think I heard Kurisu's teeth grind. Well, yeah, because you're kind of acting like a bit of a jerk right now, dude.
もしかしてすごく怒っているか？
God, you really suck at reading social cues, huh?
人の家族の問題を。
Kurisu doesn't look me in the eye, but her low voice tells me how mad she is.
そうやって茶化さないで。あんた今、私の心に土足で踏み込んだのよ。
Christina's... Christina's eyes are much more cyan in the game than in the anime. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that's part of the reason why I don't feel like I ever watched the animes. Like I don't like the art style for the anime. Like I like the visual novel style because I think it's a little bit more unique in the aspect. Like it's hard to explain. I'm not an artist by any means, but I don't know. Like I like the way that the characters look in this game. You know? Whereas in the anime, they look cleaner. But yeah, it's, you know, actually thinking about it, man, Kurisu does look really... Like, Kurisu's eyes really are different from the anime to the game. Because it's like, in the anime, like, aren't they, like, a lot more, like, greener? Like, darker green? Whereas in the game here, like, they're a light blue. Like, even in Steins Gate Zero, like, her eyes are not that dark. So I don't know what was going on there. Oh. Could her father's situation be a landmine? Maybe I should apologize. I try to think of the words, but before I can say anything... But you know, going back to the whole thing, like, yeah, Okabe, you're really kind of like, I think it was pretty easy to tell that, like, Kurisu does not want to talk about her father, and clearly there's something going on between her and her dad, and you kind of mock that, and that's not cool, dude. Daru's war cry echoes through the lab.
誰やったのかミッションコンプリート
Nice English. Daru shows his white teeth in a wide grin as he gives a thumbs up.
サーバー管理者の ID とパスを手に入れたぜ。これでもう弛緩し放題だ。ヒャッホー
Let's fucking go.
IBN5100 が使われている方のデータベースは
そっちは独立して存在してるわけで、今回は全然関係ないだろ上皇。そもそもそんな特殊なプログラムで組まれたデータベースじゃアクセスできる人間だって限られるっしょ。所長クラスでもアクセスできないっぽい。
Wow. So that database really is hidden to like a select few people, huh?
所長クラス以上の役職など存在するのか
セルン評議会ってのがあるらしい。
The CERN Executive Council. Is that like the Committee of 300?
評議会とはいかにもなネーミングだな。
いかにもって何が？
ラスボスとしてのネーミングに決まっているだろう。
It's a fitting name for our enemy. Put the Chunibyo shit aside for now. Kurisu looks at me coldly. Whatever. Let's leave the IBM 5100 database for another day.
ダル、早速タイムトラベル理論についての情報があるか調べてくれ。
オキドキ。前に調べたとき Z プログラムってのが怪しかったよな。
それとゼリーマンズレポートとか。
Oh, wait! Is this one where one of my favorite scenes comes into play? We couldn't get concrete information on either before. Kurisu stares holes into the monitor. Her angry expression has disappeared.
とくと見ておくがいい。そしてその目に焼き付けろ。セルンがしている世界への欺瞞という現実をな。
うほう、見つけた。 LHC 計画担当責任者来たこれ。
責任者ということはかなり重要なポストだな。
今そいつの PC を覗いてるぞよ。 Z プログラム Z プログラムと
Z はゼリーの略で間違いないな。
ゼリーYou know they had to include this because if this was just pure, like, you would not understand it otherwise, because I think if I remember from the Japanese language, ze is not a real, syllable. Because there's za, z, and zol. But ze, ze is not, I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. They usually, I don't think ze as ze is real in the Japanese language. I think they usually pronounce any words with English words with z in them as g. Well, it's hard to explain, but yeah, like, this makes sense. Jeri.
ゼリーは J よ。 JELLY。
ケアレスミス、過去悪い。
つまりそんな単純なネーミングのはずがないのだ。これには重要な意味が隠されている。間違いなくダブルミーニング。
Double meaning! Daru, who's been searching through the log, suddenly stops.
お、来た来た。
He displays a graphic on the monitor. It looks like a scan of a very old paper document. The letterhead reads Z program, top secret. Yes, I will say this. I know the game pronounces it as Z program. Here's the thing. I'm American. I don't pronounce it as Z. I pronounce it as Z.
プログラム立案日は1973年になってる。
1973.
セルンができたの。
1954年。
Okay, so close to 20 years after. I asked Daru, but Kurisu answers instead, her tone flat. I thought that maybe CERN was formed with the Z program in mind, but 54 means my guess was off.
IBN 5100が発売されたのは
Wasn't it 1975?
1975年。
Wow, that was a guess. So maybe that's why the IBM 5100 was central to CERN's operations. The years match, after all. No, that's wrong! Sorry, Wachigayo! It can't be something as stupidly simple as that. There has to be a worldwide conspiracy involved. Okabe really does have, like, a complex, what do they call it? Like, a complexity complex or something like that, where it's like, he believes it can't be as simple as that. Like, there has to be something more to it. I mean, unfortunately, I have the same issue, where it's like, no, it can't be as simple as that. There has to be more. And then I'm most often proven wrong, because no, it is as simple as that. I'm just searching for clues that aren't there. Maybe IBM hit their proprietary programming language in the IBM 5100 for the sole purpose of its use in CERN's Z program. IBM and CERN are co-conspirators. And both of them are being manipulated from the shadows by an even larger organization. Yeah, that's way more interesting! Omoshiroi! Omoshiroi!
うげ JPEG かよ、ふざけんな。コピペできねえじゃん。
Daru mutters some complaint.
テキストはフランス語じゃないんだ。
What's on screen right now looks like English.
いや、フランス語やらオランダ語やらドイツ語で書かれたものもあるお。中身は同じみたいだけど。
時空の支配とそれに基づく歴史の破壊。言い換えれば過去から未来までを含む委員会による完全なる理想郷を実現することは21世紀に向けてのセルンの存在意義となるだろう。
Okabe has main character syndrome, and the funniest part is that he really is the main character. I mean, I know that, but still. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me reread this to myself. CERN's purpose heading into the 21st century shall be to establish control over space and time, thereby to enable the destruction of extant history and the creation of an everlasting utopia. This sounds like some cult shit. Oh. Wait. This isn't voiced. Ruled by the committee that encompasses the entirety of past and future events. Oh, committee of 300. Karisu suddenly starts speaking at a stilted clip.
あ、そっか。マキセシって英語できるんじゃん。
I was gonna say, can't she read English? I gotta turn on the heater. It's getting a little bit chilly in here. So if you hear that going on in the background, I apologize.
でかした助手。お前がアメリカに留学したのも全て今日この時のためだったのだな。
No.
そんなわけあるか。勝手に運命感じないで。
Stop being a Chunibyo. Never. Daru relinquishes his chair, allowing Karisu to sit in front of the computer.
本実験計画は機密保持のため、また臨機応変な計画名の変更を可能にするため Z プログラムと命名された。 Z はすなわちオメガである、ヤーである。その名に意味、あるいは何らかの情熱的な精神を込めることを禁止する。プログラム従事者に不利益を与えることが推測されるためである。
Oh, look at the date. February 2nd, 1973.
Z プログラムは国家間の枠組みを超えた極秘共同プロジェクトであり、電磁波研究と同じく300人委員会から承認を受けた最優先研究事項である。
Yes, I fucking knew it. The Committee of 300. Another Chaos Head reference.
以後セルンにおいて行われる他の研究のすべてはこの Z プログラムの隠れ蓑として機能させることが決定された。
I guess Carisu's reading the preface to a document. It's getting rather dull.
Z プログラムの具体的な内容は書かれていないのか。
Daru types on the keyboard from the side, bringing up another window.
あった。あ、これは。
Karisu bends forward and stares wide-eyed at the words on the screen.
なんだ。
Z プログラムでは高エネルギーの陽子衝突を用いた時空間転移実験を行う。
So it is time travel. Time-space displacement experiments. In other words...
タイムトラベル実験。
I have to struggle to keep from shouting. I quickly run over to the window and close it. It might make it hotter inside, but it would be worse if people outside overheard us.
まさか本当だったなんて。
God, my back is starting to ache.
しかも40年近く前から世界中の科学者を欺いてきたっていうの。
俺の睨んだ通りだな。セルンの裏には巨大な影が潜んでいる。おそらく機関、あるいはそれに準ずる組織だ。
何が機関だ、この中二病。何は真面目に話しなさい。
Your Chernibio nut job. One of the best insults she could have called him.
バカを言うな。俺の言葉は常に真実を指しているぞ。
つか機関っていうより委員会じゃね？そう書いてやったし。
300人委員会か。セルン評議会とはまた別のものを指してると思うけど、何を指してるのかしら。
The Committee of 300. The Unseen Masters, a secret organization rumored to manipulate the world behind the scenes. Some believe that the many secret societies spoken of by conspiracy theorists are all merely puppets of the Committee of 300. One theory states that the Committee of 300's ultimate goal is to establish a one-world government. With the exception of the elites, the world's population will be reduced to 1 billion, and that remaining 1 billion will be enslaved. But yeah, I keep bringing up Chaos Head because this was a pretty... these people were also mentioned in Chaos Head as well. I'm trying to remember if, like... It was... Because they're not the main antagonists for Chaos Head, but I'm trying to remember if it was implied that, like... Oh, the Committee of 300 were basically, like, a greater scope villain compared to the actual villain in Chaos Head, so...
世界はあらゆる疑問で満ちている。お前たちが思っているほど美しくはないのだよ。
Look at this fucking Chernivia line. The world is full of lies. It's not as beautiful as you think.
話聞けよ、オカリン。
聞いている。300人委員会こそあらゆる秘密結社、各国政府、あらゆる財閥の最上位に位置する巨大な闇だ。
また適当言って。
事実だ。嘘だと思うなら
Google
ネッ
it.
トでググるといい。
Google it. I fucking wish that were true, man. Like, I don't know, maybe it is. But, I mean, you know, considering the American government and all the shit that's been coming out about it, especially over the last few months, can you blame me if it's like, what the Committee of 300 really wants, you know, an alleged pedophile predator's president?
これまで人類はどれだけ繁栄しようとも時間という壁に突き当たってきた。
And by the way, YouTube, I said alleged. You can't get on my ass for this.
その壁を突破することのできるタイムトラベル技術は人類史を大きく塗り替えるだろう。文字通りの意味でな。かつての核兵器と同じく神に等しき存在になれる禁断の果実だ。それを得たいという誘惑に抗うことのできる者はいない。当然ながら権力を持つ者はあらゆる手段を用いて手に入れようとするだろう。人としての倫理など神を目指す者たちにとっては抱きすべきざれ言だ。わかるか、クリスティーナ。
ご公説をどう思う？そこまでスラスラと喋れるっていうことはあんたも神を目指してるの？
Bless me.
この法王院教魔が望むのはそんな神候補どもの打倒、そして支配構造が崩壊した後の混沌だよ。
He wants to be Oblivion so bad. Tharizdun where?
法王院に聞いてるんじゃない。私は岡部に聞いている。
俺は法王院だ。
She's gonna get on your ass again, dude. Because that's not your name.
つまり自分を持ってないってことね。
Damn you, assistant! How dare you attack my very identity!
そんなことよりマキセ氏、Z プログラムの続きプリーズ。
Listen, leave the delusionist to his delusions. Keep reading, please.
なる。そんなこととはどういう言い草だ。
陰謀論は聞き飽きたお。 オカリンの妄想より Z プログラムの方が気になるし。
Dara's like, shut the fuck up. Let me hear about this. I told you they're not delusions and they're not theories. But Daru does have a point. Maybe I should stop being Delulu for a moment. Her top priority now is to expose the dark side of the international research organization known as CERN.
Josh, 続きを。
頼み事するときぐらい誠意を見せろよ。
Though huffing out complaints, Kurisu obediently goes back to translating.
プログラム第一段階、大型ハドロン衝突型加速器の建設および実用化。
Collider. A device that accelerates charged particles in order to research the reactions that result when such particles collide. The type of particle accelerated also determines the name of the equipment. In recent years, most high-energy accelerators have been synchrotrons. Ring types. What? Okay, I misread that. Ring-type accelerators are very expensive to build, but they can perform the most effective experiments. The reason for the ring shape is that charged particles can be sent through an electromagnetic field to bend their trajectory through the Lorentz force. The Lorentz force. The world's largest synchrotrons, other than CERN's LHC, are located in the US, the UK, and Japan. Probably in like those. So in the US, I would assume NASA then, right? I mean, that's to me is like the most well-known science organization. Oh my God, Steins. Welcome. I think we're getting close to the end of chapter 2, and I think we're heading into what is one of my favorite scenes of this game.
加速器については1959年に完成した陽子シンクロトロンからの半世紀にわたるノウハウ蓄積により一定成果を得ている。プログラム第2段階、リフターの実用化および調整。これにより2つ以上の人工的な局所場得意点の生成およびカーブラックホールの生成を可能とする。なお、ブラックホール生成についての情報を意図的に曲解させてリークし、プログラム本来の目的について悟られぬようにすることが必要である。
I see we have a Kurisu fan in chat. You're welcome. I like her too.
プログラム第3段階、動物実験。
Oh boy. I guess trigger warning for animal abuse.
プログラム第4段階。
Kurisu stops talking. She takes a deep breath, then finally mutters angrily.
人体実験。
Whoa. A chill runs up my spine. Excuse me. I admit it. Some part of me still saw this as a game. I was elated to discover that an institution as respected as CERN was actually doing time travel research. After all, we ourselves had succeeded, whether by chance or design, in producing our own time travel phenomenon. I thought that maybe we could beat CERN to the first functional time machine design. And wouldn't that be something? But now... Just like I said to Kurisu, the world is full of lies. Morals are meaningless. Was it really okay for us to get involved in this?
なあオカリン、前にハッキングした時のこと覚えてるか？確か盗み読みしたメールに書いてあったよね。 実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ詳細は別紙ゼリーマンズレポートをなんとかかんとか。
Someone died?
それって人体実験となんか関係あんのかな。
My throat goes dry. Cold sweat seeps through my brow, and it's not because of the heat. Karisu and Daru are waiting for me to speak. Are they entrusting the decision to me? I ask myself, is this really okay? Are you sure? There's no turning back. True, but can I live with myself if I ignore this conspiracy?
誰ゼリーマンズレポートを探してくれ。
And to think that this decision is what causes the rest of the game to happen. Like, I don't think it's much of a spoiler to say that, yeah, this is basically the point in the game where everything else happens because of this one choice that Okabe made. I mean, I understand why, because otherwise we wouldn't have a story, right? But man, if Okabe was just a little more conscientious of the consequences of his actions, we wouldn't be going. We would not have the rest of the game to worry about. But we'll get there when we get there.
マジっすか。
マジだ。ただし、クリスティーナ。
I mean, this is pretty much like opening Pandora's box.
お前はもう帰れ。
You should leave. Get out.
なんで今さら。
ゼリーマンズレポート。嫌な予感がする。これを見たら、俺たちはもう普通の生活には戻れない。お前はその若さでサイエンス誌に論文が載るほどの天才だ。有望な将来を捨てる必要はない。
もしかして心配してくれてる？
当たり前だ。お前は俺の助手だからな。
助手じゃないって言ってんだろ。気遣ってくれてどうも。でも帰らないわよ。この事実を世界に告発しないと。
Ooh.
ダメだ。それは危険すぎる。
ビビってるのか？
俺たちはこの陰謀を前にしたらあまりに無力だ。下手な行動を起こせば即消されるだろう。
He's not wrong about that. I was laughing at, where is it? I was laughing at this because it's like, ooh, you were a little bit too naive to think that, like, if you can do this with no consequences.
でもだからって。
これは遊びではない。冗談で言っているのでもない。
I'm not being Delulu, I promise. Like, I'm actually talking sense here for once.
分かった。告発はやめる。
Though her expression shows she still doesn't agree, she finally submits.
でも帰らないから。気になって眠れない。
後悔しないな。
しない。
She declares firmly. I don't know if it's her competitive spirit, or if it's her bravery, or if she's just ignorant to the ways of the world. But it doesn't look like I can persuade her to back down.
ダルはどうする？覚悟はできているか？
僕はスーパーハッカーだし。
That's not a good enough reason. He's comfortable even in this situation.
そもそも足がつくようなヘマもしないっつうか。
What's the saying? Icarus, you're flying too close to the sun? That settles it. It's good that Mayuri's not here. I can't get her involved. Laughing in future events. I looked Daru and Kurisu in the eye. Jesus. I'm gonna save just in case that just got a little scared for a moment because something happened. Alrighty. Kurisu gives the seat to Daru.
Now,
how do you pronounce this? Leghorn's chest? In Norse mythology, the gigantic chest, protected by 9 locks, that contains the cursed sword Levitane? It's probably translated to like Leviathan or something.
なんで北欧神話？
'Cause I'm crazy!
北欧神話なん？きっとかっこいいからじゃね？
そもそも作戦名とか言っちゃう男の人って。
The patriarchy, Kurisu. It's just a patriarchy. Don't worry about it.
Daru, 作戦開始!
He soon finds the Jellyman's report. It required a second password authentication, which Daru broke through easily.
いい？開くぞ。
Here we go. Daru looks at me and Kurisu. I wet my parched lips and nod. The air in the lab suddenly seems thicker. Unable to escape through the closed window, it surrounds us with an oppressive heat. Daru wipes the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, then timidly presses the enter key. The file opens. At first glance, it looks like a resume. There's a photograph on the top right. The top left has name, age, height, weight, and other information. In the center is a long string of English text. Underneath that, there's something attached, like a scan of a newspaper clipping with a black and white photo. And then I know. I know exactly what the Jellyman and Jellyman's report means.
ジェリーマンズレポート10。被験者ジェームス・マッカーシー31歳、出身アメリカ。
James McCarthy.
Z プログラム4、実験日2005年1月28日13時05分。
Kurisu bends over Daru's shoulder, reading the contents out loud.
実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッド。ミスマッチ。
またそれかよ。
超重力による無限圧縮およびカーブラックホール内の特異点通過に耐えられなかったと思われる。1921年4月3日、ニューヨーク14丁目にてビルの壁面に右半身が埋もれるようにして死んでいる男が発見された。
It sounds like Kurisu's reading the newspaper article at the end.
身元不明の男の死体は全身がブヨ ぶ用のゼリー状になっていた。
Oh! Hey! Chapter 2 clear. Chapter 3. I didn't read the chapter title, by the way. What did that say? Butterfly affects divergence. Oh, is this where we finally get into the time travel shenanigans? Cool! But yay! We finished chapter 2! What a great place to end that chapter. Like, what a great place to end that chapter, too. Because, can you imagine, like, if you were playing this game off of, like, you know, a chapter a night, like, imagine imagine leaving the game at that, where it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean? Like human experimentation, they become jelly man? Oh my god, you know? But yeah, I do kind of consider that, like, one of my favorite scenes and all, mainly because, like, I guess a good way to put it is, like, it kind of builds up, like, a little bit of dread, of anticipation, of, well, I don't know how else to put it. It's just, like, it builds up, like, that sense of, like, oh, what are we gonna discover here? Like, as soon as the line of, like, human experimentation dropped, you're kind of, like, left with that feeling in your stomach of, like, oh, this, you know, and obviously with, like, Kurisu, Okabe, and Daru all talking about, like, you know, should we read the Jellyman's report, actually? I don't know, should we? And Okabe's like, yes, we have to forge ahead, and it's like, oh boy! Like, you basically just know from that moment on that, like, that decision's gonna have ramifications, like, massive ramifications for the rest of the game. Like, ah! Ooh, ooh. Okay. The ticking of the clock is like a hammer inside my head. It's past 2 a.m. The window is closed, and the lab is silent, but for the humming of the computer. We stare at the gruesome image displayed on the monitor, speechless. I was right. We're in too deep. I half expect guys in black suits and sunglasses to kick down the door and drag us off to a secret military prison. Better make sure the door is locked. Like, that's gonna stop them. Like, that's gonna fucking stop them. Also, I was thinking to myself that it's like, man, it's past 2 a.m. We're getting close to the witching hour. Fuck, the Jellyman's ghosts come to haunt us at night. Daru breaks the silence with a disbelieving whisper. Upon hearing the familiar word jellified, I reflexively look at the bunch of bananas placed next to the computer. There's only one banana left. We didn't have a single successful experiment today, so none of them were jellified. But I don't think this is a mere coincidence. The jellified banana is produced by the phone wave, and the jellified corpse is produced by CERN's experiments. They seem identical in nature. Here it's still midnight. Kurisu speaks calmly despite her grim expression. It's only 9:45 over here. It's not anywhere close to midnight. You know, actually, this brings up a question in my head. Because I don't know what it's like in other countries, but I know that in America, when scientists are conducting experiments that are going to be involving human subjects, they will often like they will often like give people like a consent form, like a waiver and all that, where basically you have to read through that sheet of paper so that, you know, like and decide whether or not you want to consent to like you know what I mean? I wonder if that's what CERN did. It's like, listen, we're gonna be doing like these crazy ass human experiments. It might result in your death. Do you think those people like consented to this shit happening? And if so, how much do you want to believe that like they just thought this was like, you know, a joke? Like, how much do you want to believe, you know, like, oh, they just thought this was a joke and then they just end up dead, right? She doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome... She doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome image.
しかも完全ではないけどタイムトラベルを成功させてるってことになるわねこれ。
Also, is Kurisu admitting that CERN has a time machine? I'm still in shock, so I don't quite grasp the meaning of Kurisu's words.
この新聞記事1921年のニューヨークタイムズよ。
およそ90年前か。
見て。
Kurisu points to the part of the black and white photograph. Oh, okay. Kurisu points to part of the black and white photograph, her fingers shaking slightly. Yeah, look. The jellified corpse of a man. She's pointing to his shoulder, which has writing on it. Perhaps it was printed on his clothes. It's fused onto the jellified body, but you can somehow manage to read it. CERN 213542, or that's either a 2 or a 7. I think that's a 7 actually. 213547.
つまりセルンは LHC を使ったタイムトラベル実験で人間を1921年へと送り込んだ。
生きたままというのは失敗したみたいだけどね。
ゼリーマンズレポートはこれだけか。
いや、まだ結構ある。全部で14人分かな。
That's a lot of people.
もしもゼリーマンという言葉がゲル化した人間を意味するなら、その数だけ人体実験の犠牲者がいるということか。
I swallow hard. I'm awfully thirsty. Where's some soda? I take a cold Dr. P out of the fridge and wet my throat.
他のも見せてくれ。
Daru pulls up another report. Without being told to, Kurisu begins translating out loud.
ゼリーマンズレポート9。
This is in French.
被験者ダン・ストレイスキー26歳出身カナダ。 Z プログラム4実験日2004年9月6日14時10分。
Hold on. I just want to see, like... let me see. Here we go. Experiment. So it took place on January 28th of 2005 at 13:05. So, God, I can't read. I don't know military hours, but that's like what 1:05 in the afternoon. This one was September 6th of 2004 at 14:10. So that's 2:10 in the afternoon?
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ新聞記事の切り抜きの方はこれフランス語ね私も読めない
Well, if this date is accurate, this says I'm assuming 31st janvier 2001, le cadavre de l'homme qui est tombé dans la forêt de Faubourg Paul Français a été découvert. I can't read. I mean, I know very little French. I'm just guessing on what the fuck this is saying, but I'm assuming this basically is saying something like, on January 31st of 2001, we found a corpse in this forest.
2001年の1月31日というのを読み取れる。
場所はフランスのポーかな
Is that supposed to... Oh. Is that supposed to be Pa? Why is it spelled as Poe? Not unless, of course, we're gonna go along with the in-universe explanation of, like, this is a translation machine error. 2001. That's fairly recent. A pretty big difference from James McCarthy, who jumped nearly 90 years back to 1921. Daru calls up a machine translation, giving us the following. January 31st, 2001. Collapsed male corpse discovered in forest outside Pau, France. Its left foot was fused to a tree trunk and the body had jellified. Daru goes to the next report.
ゼリーマンズレポート8
In India. India Tamil Nadu Dharmapuri?
被験者リンダ・ヒル25歳出身イギリス Z プログラム4実験日2004年2月15日13時45分
February 15th of 2004 at 3:45 in the afternoon? Okay, so interesting. So Linda's experiment... Oh, shit. So Linda's experiment took place a few months before Dan's. And when was James again? That's not it. I mean, his was like one of the more recent, right? Yeah, 2005.
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ1972年10月2日インドタミルナードゥー州のダルマプリの路上でゼリー状になった女性の遺体発見遺体は放置された後で車にひかれた跡があり下半身は損壊していた
Jesus. Daru goes to the next page.
ゼリーマンズレポート7
This is in Japanese.
被験者ミハイル・ラング33歳出身ドイツ
She said Mihail. Wouldn't it be pronounced... I mean, I don't know. What would the English pronunciation be of Michael? Not unless, of course... I mean, German. I mean, it could be Mihail. Mihail?
Z プログラム4実験日2002年10月8日13時28分
October 8th, 2002 at 3:28 p.m. So this is before Linda. No, wait. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so this is before Linda and Dan.
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ The
article clipping is written in Japanese. Looks like a pre-war newspaper. Well, which war? 1 or 2? Probably 2. Yeah. Because I think yeah, Japan I don't think I don't think Japan was involved in World War I, right? May 24th, 1936. The corpse of what is believed to be a jellified human was discovered at the base of Mount Hiei in Kyoto. It was in a damaged state, possibly from having slid down the slope. It even happened in Japan. I've never heard this story before. It was pre-war, though, so I guess someone born in the 90s like me would have no way of knowing about it. Next page. The picture shows a beach, beautiful, but for the jellyfish-like body lying on the sand. It must have washed ashore. Discover the fish... What is this word? Discover the fish apaklu.
ゼリーマンズレポート6被験者マーク・ヒューズ30歳出身アメリカ Z プログラム4実験日2002年8月23日12時52分
August 23rd, 2002 at 12:52 in the afternoon.
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ1985年7月1日ベロー諸島ストレイモイ島の海岸に奇妙な物体が流れ着いた
Faroe Islands. Where is that? Is that like... I think that's up... somewhere around Canada, I assume. Because Faroe Islands sounds familiar. It's probably somewhere up in the northern hemisphere.
それは成人男性のようにも見えるがクラゲのようなブヨブヨの物体であり生きてはいない島の住人たちの間では半魚人の死骸ではないかという噂も
A merman.
肩と見られる場所にはセルンという刻印があったがセルンは関与を否定している
Merman. I've read enough monster fucker novels to know what a merman looks like. And that don't look like it.
まだ見る？
もう十分だ。
There are 14 of these people?
発見場所が世界中に散らばっているこの結果からどんな解が導き出せるのかしら
その場所へ送り込もうとしたのだろう。
そうは思えない無計画すぎる
カーブラックホールが得意点をどうたらってあったけどそれが原因じゃ
超重力による無限圧縮およびカーブラックホール内の得意点通過に耐えられなかったと思われるそう書いてあった
カーブラックホールって普通のブラックホールとなんか違うん？
理論上存在を予言されているブラックホールよ中心の得意点が回転しているという特徴がある実在することはまだ証明されていないし証明しようもないけど
Care black hole. Where have I heard that term before?
そうか。
John Teeter?
状態だ。
Yeah. Because wasn't he the person... Weren't they the person that confirmed that, like, oh yeah, CERN definitely did create Kerr black holes on the fucking web? Teeter said his time machine used Kerr black holes.
タイターはこう言っていた。2034年にセルンによってタイムマシン開発は成功したと。そしてタイター自身は2036年からやってきたと。
It makes sense for Teeter and CERN to be using the same time travel technology. Kurisu closes her eyes in deep thought.
タイターの予言は現実であり、ミュウツベに出ていた LHC 実験における最悪の予想図もほぼ事実になりつつあるということだ。
MewTube, a popular video sharing website. I wonder what that could be a reference to. Certainly not the platform I'm currently streaming this on. There's no way, right? I wonder what the you know how people who are officially like content creators on YouTube, they're called YouTubers. If this was like, what would they be called with MewTube? MewTubers? YouTubers!
タイターの予言は知らんけど、ミュウツベで問題の動画見たことある。2、3年前に話題になってたよな。
Problem video. A CG mock-up of an LC... I almost went the Japanese way of saying that. A CG mock-up of an LHC-generated mini black hole swallowing the Earth. Went viral when it was uploaded to MewTube.
ブラックホール内部は尋常じゃない重力なの。そこを通れば確かに時間移動は可能かもしれないけど、生身の人間が通り抜けられるわけがない。
だからこそゼリーマン化しているというべきだろう。
ゼリーマンどころか素粒子レベルまで分解される。それがブラックホール。
議論するよりタイムマシンについての資料を漁った方が早いんじゃね？
Daru's already started piling? Daru's already started pulling up new documents. I'm suddenly afraid. Is it okay to keep hacking CERN like this? Should I stop him? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but things have gotten serious now. But at the same time, irresistible curiosity wells up inside me. Time travel is becoming a reality. I want to know that it's true. I can't stop now.
あった。Z プログラムの中にタイムトラベル理論について解説してるファイルがある。
It's like Eve being tempted by the golden apple. It's like, well, you're gonna get that knowledge, but at what cost?
随分あっさり見つかるわね。セルにしては脇が甘すぎる。
セルンが甘いんじゃなくて僕がすごいっつうか。
I'm just too good.
ダルは俺のマイフェイバリットライトアームであり。
Okay.
スーパーハッカーだっけ？
ハッカ
ー？それでクリスティーナ、なんと書いてある？
This is in English too, so I have no choice but to rely on my assistant.
ちょっと読む時間をくれない？
Carice's eyes dart left and right across the lines. Her earlier reluctance has vanished. It looks like she's as curious as I am.
嘘。これ本当に？タイターって何者なのよ？
何をブツブツ言っている？何が書かれているのか教えてくれ。
あ、うん。なんか はめられたような気がしてならない。
どういう意味だ。
ほぼ一緒なのよ。ジョン・タイターが語った理論の内容と。ざっと説明すると、LHC によって陽子を高速の 99.999991% まで加速して正面衝突させるの。そうすると10のマイナス24乗キログラムの質量を10のマイナス19乗メートルっていうとても狭い範囲に圧縮して押し込むことができる。
日本語で OK、 3行で。
すごく狭い場所、すごく小さい質量、無理やりねじ込む。
Oh, for fuck's sake. A small mass thrust into a narrow space with great force. That explanation's too vague.
その説明はエロすぎだろ上皇。
Yeah, it's like, that's a little too sexual.
は？どこがどうエロいのよ。
Processing.
芦田の変態。
そういうマキセ氏もなかなかの妄想能力の高さじゃね。
I love it when the very serious moment gets undercut with levity.
一緒にすんな。
Her blushing cheeks make her denial less than effective.
アホは相手にするなクリスティーナ。続きを。
何の話だったっけ。
無理やりねじ込む話。
I love how I love how like the goofy music just immediately got cut and then replaced with like this track. It's like, okay.
陽子の圧縮の話だ。
その圧縮が成功するとミクロ特異点ができるんだけど。
ミクロ特異点？ミニブラックホールじゃなくて？
意味はほとんど同じだ。特異点はいわばブラックホールの中心だからな。
このミクロ特異点が2つあるブラックホールを作るのよ。
A black hole with two cores? Like a cowlick with two hairs? No, I don't think that's it.
擬人化希望。
はいはい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんでいいか。
姉妹とか燃えるぜ、はあはあ。
Bruh, stop. We're trying to be serious.
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは電子を与えると自由に操れるようになるのよ。
電気ショックで拷問か。それなんてエロゲ？
Do I really... Whoops, that's the same button. I meant to hit F4. Eroge, short for erotic game. Games with erotic content. Honey Pop. I played that game. I'm never gonna do it for stream though. I'll get banned.
操作できるようになった2人を超高速回転させるの。すると理論的にミクちゃんとクロちゃんは2人とも魔法少女リング上特異点に変身する。
Magical Girl Ring Singularity. Oh my god.
変身バンクですね。わかります。
Henshin Bank, okay, refers to the transformation sequences in Henshin Hero and Magical Girl anime. Since stock transformation scenes are used in nearly every episode, their animation is done independently in advance. As a result, the production quality is often higher than that of the rest of the anime. I mean, I would also imagine that, like, they probably reuse those scenes, like, in every episode. Like, basically, it's like, you get that scene done for one episode, we can then reuse it for the rest of the anime. Gotta save up on money. Well, it looks like these two have found a common wavelength.
これでカーブラックホール効果が生まれることになる。
そもそもカーブラックホールって何ぞ？さっき回転しているって言ってたけど。
そのままの意味。
でもブラックホールって普通回転してんじゃね？穴に向かって渦巻いてるじゃん。
その回転してるように見える部分はブラックホールに吸い込まれつつある周囲の物質でしかない。普通のブラックホールは超質量により重力崩壊を起こした中心点があるだけ。そこに向かってあらゆるものが落ちていってるの。それは点っていうぐらいだから回転はしてない。一方のカーブラックホールはさっき言った通り中心が点じゃなくてリング状なのよ。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは普通の人間ではありえないことに魔法を少女化すると心臓が体内でぐるぐるとリング状に回転してるって考えて。
グロは勘弁だお。
I'm the guru. No.
助手よ、お前はさっきこう言ったな。カーブラックホールは実在したとしても証明しようがないと。それはどういう意味だ？
ブラックホールにはイベントホライゾンというものがある。
Event horizon, also known as the Schwarzschild surface. In a black hole, there exists a point beyond which even light can no longer escape the black hole's immense gravity. This boundary is called the event horizon. Because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information, nothing that occurs within the event horizon can be observed from the outside. The center of a black hole is black because no light can escape from it.
この内側に入ると時間と空間の役割が入れ替わってしまうわけで。
時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる。
私たちは今空間を自由に移動できるけど時間を1分過去に戻すことはできない。それが入れ替わるのよ。イベントホライゾンの向こう側だと空間の移動は不可能になり逆に時間を移動可能になる。
I can't even imagine what that's like.
空間の移動が不可能だからブラックホールからの再脱出はできないと言える。例えば岡部がブラックホールに突入した場合に体験するのは永遠に引き延ばされた時間なの。光が再脱出不可能ということは人の目にはどうやったってイベントホライゾンの向こう側は見ることができない。観測も照明も不可能。ただし例外もある。タイムトラベルにカーブラックホールを使う場合この例外こそが重要なのよ。
もったいぶらずに教えてもらおうか。
カーブラックホールは特異点。中心が回転してるわけだから核運動量が存在する。
だから日本語でオケだって。
中心点が回転してるってさっき説明したでしょ。その回転運動量って思えばいい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんに電子を与え続けると自由に操ることができるわけだけど、カーブラックホールの特徴は核運動量が質量を上回るとイベントホライゾンがなくなって得意点が裸の状態になること。
Naked singularity. A singularity is usually concealed by its event horizon, which renders observation impossible. A naked singularity is a singularity whose event horizon has been removed. It can therefore be observed and even traveled through. The existence of naked singularities is purely theoretical. Yeah, because again, we can't really observe this shit, can we?
裸だと魔法少女のコスチュームは露出度高えというわけですな。これアニメ化まだ
Wasn't there a piece of media where it's like, yeah, the costumes do get fucked up? I can't remember. I mean, probably it's not considered age appropriate for kids, because the thing is with a lot of mahou shoujo animes and mangas and such, they're usually like they usually are like meant for children. You know, I can't really recall like an adult only mahou shoujo thing. And I'm not gonna count Madoka Magica because I think kids can still watch that anime. It's just it probably would be rated like everyone for 10 plus, you know. Kurisu and I ignore Daru's nonsense.
裸になることで観測不可能だったものが観測可能になるわけか。
イベントホライゾンがなくなることで時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる必要はなくなった。裸の得意点に向けてその入れ替わりを回避して突入できるようになる。そして裸の得意点の存在は一般相対性理論と因果率を破綻させるわ。宇宙の法則が乱れるのよ。
そんなもの存在できるのか。
The negation of the theory of relativity and the principle of causality means serious paradoxes can occur. Didn't Kurisu say that earlier?
これまでも存在する可能性は高いと予測されていた。矛盾するようだけど証明はされてる。因果率が破綻してるわけだから、その裸の得意点に突入すれば過去へ遡ることができる。
John Teeter said the same thing. So Teeter's time machine is using CERN's technology. But Teeter's time machine was compact, small enough to fit into a car. The LHC is 27 kilometers long, but they managed to get it down to travel size in just 24 years.
わからないのは得意点に電子を注入する部分ね。
I love how he says this, but it's like they managed to get it down to travel size in 24 years. I mean, think about like how powerful phones are nowadays. I mean, because obviously I know that cell phones have been around since the 90s, right? But if you remember, cell phones back in the 90s were like the brick phones, you know? Nowadays, it's like, you know, if you think about an iPhone, like they're super fucking thin. You know, like iPhones are very like thin. And there's so much you can do on those things. I mean, hell, even looking at my, like what, my handful of years old phone, I mean, it's an Android, but, like, this is a pretty thin thing, and it can do a lot of shit. Like, I mean, with how advanced technology can get nowadays, I don't think it's that surprising to know that, like, oh yeah, they could totally, like, fit a time machine into, like, something you could fit in a briefcase.
見て、この LHC の写真だけど、陽子衝突地点に妙な機器が設置されてる。リフターっていう名前で呼ばれてるみたいだけど、一体何のことだか。
ログラムにもちらっと出てきたよな。ググってみる？
Daru opens up a browser window and enters Lifter into a search engine.
お、ヒットしてるし。
About 422,000 results.
こんなに機密でもなんでもないのかな。
Are we not considering the fact that this could be that the term lifter could be applicable to other things, not just the sciencey term?
もしかしてこれじゃないか。イオンクラフト。
イオン、つまり電荷を持った原子や分子のことね。意味としては一致する。
We click on a link that says Ionocraft Lifter. It takes us to a video. Looks like some dim garage. You know, I was talking about Facebook being created in the garage. This is the garage. But it doesn't seem like anything secretive. Just a garage like you'd see in an average American home. At the center of the screen is a triangular shape made of some kind of metal. It looks about 10 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters wide. Well, 10 centimeters high, huh? That is about, not 8 inches. How much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 inches. Because if I remember correctly, 2.54 centimeters equals an inch, so... Yeah, so 5 inches high and 15 inches wide? It's connected to some sort of generator by a thin wire. Looks like some really cheap equipment. Listen, don't knock it. Also, you can totally tell this is YouTube because look at this! That's all there is. And it's 189... What? What are you doing in here? Sorry about that. My child walked in. That's all there is. As I was saying, 189,635 views. How big, like, would that be considered, like, how big would this have been in 2009? Nothing else. After explaining something in some language I don't understand, Russian maybe? The person filming the video slowly turns the power on. And then... the silvery triangle floats soundlessly into the air. Then it remains stationary.
反重力装置だと。
そんなのあるわけない。あったら世紀の大発見よ。イオンクラフトっていうぐらいだから、この場合帯電した空気と電極が関係してるんだと思う。
Carissa doesn't sound as confident as she usually does. We look up information on the Ionocraft lifter. Lots of sites have detailed instructions on how to make lifters, but I don't know how they work since the sites all give conflicting theories.
そのリフターにセルンが目をつけた。そしてタイムトラベルに必要な装置として組み込んでいる。ミクロ特異点の質量や重力場を操作できるとなれば、やはりこれは反重力装置ということだろう。
まあそういう限定的条件に当てはめるなら間違いじゃないかもしれないけど。
Incredible! My curiosity is growing more by the second.
でも世 に苦労してるみたいね。ニクロ特異点の重力調整がうまくできていない。だから完全な裸の特異点を作れていない。
そのせいで被験者がゼリーマンになっていると見るべきだな。
Kurisu nods.
裸の特異点が作れていないなら、つまり被験者はブラックホールに放り込まれるのと同じだから、突入するだけで凄まじい質量によって押しつぶされるに決まってる。その結果、あらゆる物質がフラクタル構造になってしまったという仮説を提示してみる。実際はどうなってるのかさっぱり。調べるだけで何ヶ月もかかりそう。
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders in resignation.
リフターはまだ未完成か。
If Teeter is telling the truth, then CERN won't complete their time machine for another 24 years.
つまり俺たちが先に電話レンジカッコ仮を完成させればセルンを出し抜くことも可能というわけだ。
規模が全然違う。それにセルンでさえ完成させていないのにあんたにできるわけないでしょ。これは簡単に解決できる問題じゃない。そもそも時間移動調整や時間跳躍後の場所指定の問題もセルンは解決できてないし、ジェリーマンの発見時期や発見場所がバラバラなのも納得だわ。例えば地の底とか宇宙空間とかに放り出されたゼリーマンもいるかもしれない。見つかってるゼリーマン以外にもね。というかその可能性は限りなく 100% に近い。
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine, the idea of, jellified people, either underground or floating in space and we just don't know it? That would be kind of scary, not gonna lie, if you saw a dead body out in space.
地球から何万キロも離れた宇宙空間に放り出されたらタイムトラベルしても無意味。全く実用的じゃないわ。
可変重力ロックシステムというようなものがあるとタイターは言っていた。それによって地球の重力を捉え、必ず地球がある場所に到着できるようになると。
タイターの説明はその点については曖昧だわ。そういう機会があるというだけじゃ説明にはならない。
Oh.
時間移動したら同じ場所に出るだけじゃないの？
Chotomate, I got mail. Ring a ding ding, yes. Fantas? Phantasm is the cat's meow. Have you bought Phantasm's debut single, nya? It's the theme song of Rainet Kakeru, so it's really popular. Ferris bought 5 copies, nya. It's my duty as a Rainetter. Anyway, there's an important section hidden in Phantasm songs. The key to unlocking it is... Oops, the bell's ringing, nya. Looks like someone's here. Better see who it is, nya. Nya, 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 nya. Meow, meow, meow. Alright, let me see. I gotta check my handy-dandy guide. It's been 2.5 hours! And I'm only now pulling the guide up. Holy! Also, I'm wondering how many people kind of checked out during the science stuff, because it's I can definitely understand, oh god, what is you just feel your brain, hello? Jesus Christ. You just feel your brain, just oozing out of your ears. But still, Phantasm, that was in Chaos Head. That's, at Fess's band. Wait a minute. I'm just remembering. Slight spoilers, but, I thought they broke up. I thought they broke up in Chaos Head after, Fest got submitted to the hospital. Did they get back together? Let me see. What do they have for chapter 3? Oh, there's nothing here, so we can just pick. Kill. Let's see. Phantasm. That band's vocalist. I feel a strong resonance from her. What does that mean, Okabe? That is really interesting considering. Theme song. Is this another part of Operation Stupidify Humanity? Explain. Important secret. I'm aware. They are said to contain directions to the sanctuary, as well as prophecies regarding the end of the world. Isn't that right? Ooh. I'm thinking this. Actually, do I have that theme song on here? I don't think so. Damn.
出るわけないでしょ。
なんで？
地球は常に動き続けているからだ。
そう、自転と公転。地球の自転速度は時速にしてだいたい1650キロ。公転速度は時速で考えるとおよそ11万4000キロ。1時間前にいた座標から私たちはそれだけ離れることになる。
おお、そう考えると僕たちってテラハヤス。
それだけじゃない。地球を含む太陽系はミルキーウェイに属してる。ミルキーウェイは渦を巻いているところから分かる通り回転してるのよ。諸説あるけど、だいたい1日に5000万キロぐらい地球が移動する速さでね。
How could she roll all those numbers so smoothly off her tongue? I get that she's a genius, but it's hardly common knowledge. Has she been doing research on the topic?
なんかもうスケールが途方もないぞな。
ついでに言うと、ミルキーウェイを含む複数の銀河で銀河群が形成されているし、さらに上のグループとして超銀河団っていうのもある。それらの銀河群も超銀河団も動いているかもしれないわけ。そうなるとさらに飛躍的に私たちの移動距離は伸びる。いずれにせよ、ほんの1秒前に飛ぼうとするだけでも膨大な局所場指定の計算が必要になるのよ。手動じゃ無理だし、同じ場所に移動しようと思ったらスパコンで計算したって解が出るまでに何年かかるか。
ならば仕方あるまい。ダイターを探し出し、その可変重力システムを借りようではないか。
それは明暗ね。せいぜい頑張って。
Because she knows, it's like, where are you gonna find him, dumbass?
この問題についてセルンはどうしようとしてるのかな。
After blowing me off, Carissa goes back to reading CERN's documents. Daro and I aren't good with English, so there's nothing we can do but let her work. Wow, that was a long fucking scene. Okay. I think now is a good time to take a break. Let us actually really sit and process all that information we just got. Alright, gonna close out chat just for a moment. Don't worry. I'll get you back up as soon as I can get the browser open. Oh my gosh, though. That was a long fucking, like, that was a long scene to explain a lot of scientific jargon, huh? Again, I feel like a lot of people probably just checked out during that whole sequence, because I could definitely imagine that, like, when you're reading it, it's like you're invested and you're locked in, right? But I think, like, when you're watching somebody read through this stuff, it's like, oh my god, let it end. Do 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 da 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 da. What song am I thinking of with that? Alright, what music do I want to have up tonight? Excuse me. I should have this, right? Wow, I just realized I did not put that up. Whoops. Let's get something a little more cheery. Okay. Alright, intermission time. What that means is that you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking a 30 to 40 minute break. And speaking of which, I do need to go to the bathroom. I also need to stretch my legs, because I've been sitting in the same position for 2.5 hours, and I'm getting older. I can't be doing that for much longer without major stretches. So I will be taking a quick break for a few minutes, and then I'll be back. So we can talk. So I'll see you in a few. Alright. I am back. I took a few minutes. And speaking of which, because I feel like I mean, I probably should have done this like so much sooner. But I made a thing. Well, not made a thing, but like I'm now officially dubbing the intermission breaks as like yapping with Airi, because you know I gotta keep up with the kids. I gotta keep up with the kids, y'all. But yeah, I gotta keep up with the kids. I mean, yapping is what we're calling these now, isn't it? Like where we just do like talks with each other and such. Yeah, but yeah, this is just gonna be so funny to call it. And now we're back with yapping with Airi. Excuse me. Oh man. 2025 was a crazy year, wasn't it? I mean, I say crazy. I mean, to be fair, like 2025 was definitely a year. Let's just say that, right? Like was definitely a year. You know? I mean, I can only really speak for myself, obviously. You know, so for me, like, 2025 was definitely a time of anxiety and unease, honestly. You know, because obviously if you're American, you know what happened during our election season. And we're continuing to reap the consequences of what happened, and it's not been going good, honestly. You know, that along with the rise of AI and, of course, censorship and the government just doing whatever it wants to do. It's been a lot, honestly. You know? And that's not even getting into the more personal stuff, like... I talked, you know, a few months ago about the health scare that my dad had that really made me I guess think a lot about life and my future and all of that. It was like, that was a lot, you know? And then, oh my god, then like August was probably like the worst my anxiety had ever gotten. Like to the point that like I was like, it felt like I was developing an ulcer, honestly, like because so much bad shit was going down in August that like, how do I put this? It basically felt as if, like, my life was coming to an end. Like, I wasn't feeling suicidal by any means. Like, I want to make that clear. Like, I was nowhere near thinking of attempting. I should express that. Like, no. But it still felt like my life was coming to an end in August. Like, so much so to the point that when a certain someone debuted in September, like, that was, like, one of the only things that was keeping me sane, that was keeping me, like, above water, so to speak. And I was just telling myself constantly, like, just get to September 1st. Come on, Airi, you got it. Just make it to September 1st. Just watch Hiroshi debut and you'll be fine. Like, if nothing else, that'll get you through it. And oh my god, it felt so good watching that debut, because I was like, considering how much of a lifesaver it had been for me throughout the last few weeks before then. Oh my god, it was great. And I've just been enjoying that ever since, right? But, I will say, I'm still here. I'm still just going through life as best I can, trying to just stay as compassionate and empathetic and open-minded as I can. Essentially trying to be the best version of myself I can be each day. But if there is, and obviously, like, 2025 was also, like, and now we're getting into the part of the stream where I'm having to talk really seriously and deeply for a moment. So it doesn't feel right to say that, like, I learned something over the course of last year, of 2025. It's more so, like, 2025 was a reminder of sorts of the lesson I learned in 2024, which is that, when it comes to people that you are a fan of, right? On the internet or in movies, in books, etc., whatever, right? Like, whatever, when it comes to people that you are a fan of, it's always best to never put them on a pedestal. I mean, you shouldn't do that, period, because, because the people that you look up to, you watch, you partake in, they're people like us, they are human just like us. And it's never good to put somebody on a pedestal, because not only does it put pressure on you, right? And maybe not so much pressure on you, it puts a lot of pressure on them, because they feel like they have to have a certain image to cultivate. And if they do anything that goes against it, it basically just results in them feeling like a disgrace, a failure, etc., etc. But regardless, it is a good lesson to keep in mind, is don't put anybody on a pedestal, right? But I think something else that needs to be thought about more often is that the person that you're a fan of, you don't really know them. You don't really know them personally. Like, hell, even for the people watching me, it's not and I don't say this to be mean or to be harsh or whatnot, but you do not know me personally. You're only seeing the parts of myself that I choose to put out there. Like, there's a lot of things that I don't wish to tell strangers on the internet, and I don't feel y'all do not have the right to that information. That's how it should be. And again, I learned this lesson back in 2024 when I feel like there was a lot of, like, revelations to be had about people that I would watch that I was a fan of on the internet. But I think last year really kind of served to prove as a reminder that, I don't know these people. I don't know the people that I'm a fan of personally. Like, there are certain parts of their life that I am not entitled to be privy to, and that is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. But actually, there is no but. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. there are certain aspects of people's lives that I am not privy to, nor should I be. But I also don't know these people personally. And thus, I shouldn't be putting too much emotional stock into their image. The parts of themselves that they choose to put out onto the internet. Because I feel like it was honestly, I think 2025 really was a year where I got to see people without that veneer of PR, let's just say. Without that veneer of public PR. It's hard to explain. Like, I feel like I really got to see, like, a bit of the shine, I guess. A bit of the idealism, I guess is a good word. Idealism and I don't know how else to put it. I feel like last year I really got to... I basically saw people that I either watched or I thought were respectable, decent people, right? Kind of lose the... I guess a good way to put it is that, like, I saw some of the uglier parts of them that kind of helped, like, flesh them out more in my mind, but also showed me that, frankly, they don't deserve my attention. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't want to go into specifics because I don't want to go into specifics because, I feel like that's going to be opening myself up to a potential dogpile campaign. But there have been some people that over the past year that once they got embroiled in controversy, like a scandal and such, I saw parts of them that I didn't like. To the point that, as I said, I realized, they don't deserve my attention. They don't deserve, I mean, I don't want to say my respect, because that makes it sound as if, like, they have to earn my respect. But, I mean, I guess a good way to put it is that whenever I find someone that I like, right? And I'm like, I want to continue watching this person. In my mind, I have this image of them. And I should express, this applies to anybody. Not specific people, just anybody. And it's that I envision them to be, mature, decent people. I mean, are there certain qualities I want them to have? Yes. I mean, obviously I want them to not be a bigot. I don't want them to be a bigot. I don't want them to, like, be prejudiced against certain groups of people, like, I mean, I think that's the standard. But for the most part, I want them to be decent, mature adults. Like, that's all I want them to be. Whatever else, is up to, can be for or against what I envision them. It's hard to explain, but that's what I am at. But that's what I envision them as, right? But last year, there were some people that, as I said before, I either watched as a fan of theirs or kind of looked at from afar as, like, I know who you are. I've never watched you, but I think you're cool. I've watched these people get embroiled in controversy, whether it was rightful or not. And the way that they have responded to it, or or the controversy itself revolving around that person, I kind of got to see, like, I kind of got to see the parts of themselves that weren't curated for public consumption, let's just say. And it helped me realize that, oh, you're not who I thought you were at all. And there's even been a couple people where I had to examine, like, my quote-unquote relationship with them, no matter how thin and tenuous it was. And I came to the conclusion that you're not who I thought you were, and I feel like I should not have ever cared about you. You know, just in terms of, like, as a fan to a creator. Does that make sense? And now, because of that, the memories I have of you, the things that you put out that I really connected to, have become tainted, no longer give me the joy that they once did. And that's sad. That's sad. And I feel like 2025 was just a reminder of, like, I don't know these people personally or IRL, and, you know, and it's not as if I like to think I never put them on a pedestal and all that. Like, I think I was pretty good at like, keeping that boundary, but even so, that doesn't make the feelings that I originally held versus what I hold now any less. You know? I mean, I feel like, I mean, because there was an incident in November, again, without going into specifics, there was an incident in November where someone I used to watch before things happened came back with, you know, as a rebranding of sorts. And the thing is that their return, or their rebrand as it were, came at a very bad time due to a scandal that I genuinely have no idea how much involvement they had, because it was a scandal that involved, you know, multiple parties that, you know, some of which can't even speak out publicly about. And I didn't like how that person and the person I'm speaking about has said or done nothing to really clarify, like, how much involvement they hold in that. And because of the nature of said scandal, I truly believe silence is not an option. But unfortunately, with how much time has passed since then, I don't think I'm ever going to get an answer to the questions I have regarding that event, that occasion, that occurrence. And unfortunately, because of that, I don't know if I can ever watch that person again, because the way that they responded, or I guess we could say their lack of a response to it, has really kind of tainted my vision of that person, my memories of that person. And because of that, I don't know if I can look at them the same way again. and I do want to make it clear that I'm obviously not the only person who, I'm not the only fan that this person had that, you know, grew disillusioned with them and left, right? But I also know that that this person still holds fans that stuck around, and I'm not gonna give them anything for it. Like, I'm not gonna give them any shit for continuing to follow this person into their new life, because, you know, that's their prerogative. That's their decision. And I'm not gonna give, like, you know, people that, you know, maybe are choosing to give the benefit of the doubt, you know, shit for their decision. Like, they're grown-ass adults. It's whatever. But regardless, I think that incident just kind of gave me the reminder of, I don't know these people personally. I shouldn't be placing them on a pedestal, and I need to stick to my beliefs, my ideals, my convictions, as it were. And it's kind of ironic, you know, that November was that reminder of the lesson, and then December came around, and I'm like, and what helped me through that, because there was another scandal or controversy or issue that happened in December that I'm not going to talk about on here specifically, but that incident kind of gave me the reminder of, like, I mean, not only, like, I don't know these people, but also we shouldn't speculate on people's relationships. Like, we don't know these people IRL, we don't know what their relationships are like with each other. Again, we're only really seeing what they choose to put out there. And I feel like, if anything, keeping a reminder of that, like, keeping those lessons in your head, I think, if anything, really kind of, like, keeps you sane. Like, I think it kind of keeps you sane, you know, and kind of, like, makes, like, the emotions a little more, I mean, to me at least, a little more bearable to handle, you know, as someone who tends to, like, feel emotions pretty intensely. But, you know, overall, 2025 was that kind of year. That's not to say, of course, that, you know, good things didn't happen. But I definitely will say that, like, I wish more good things had happened. Because, so much just happens in this world every day. But I guess then that kind of leads into the whole thing of, like, well, what's going to be the plan for this year? You know, what's going to be it for 2026? I mean, I wish I could say things would get better. I want to believe they can. But unfortunately, that's up to a lot of people that are in higher positions of power than I'll ever be. And who knows whether or not they'll stick to, you know, improving things. I just want to get through this year, you know, 1 year older and with my life still intact. So that's all I can hope for. But if there is one good thing that has already happened this year, it is that I feel like I can feel my passion for writing coming back to me. Because if you don't know, I've kind of been going through writer's block for the last 2.5 years. It'll be 3 actually in this upcoming summer. And a lot of that's just kind of been like, I mean, it's not so much like I don't want to write. It's more so just like what I was putting together back then, it just wasn't hitting for me anymore. Like, I kept finding more and more issues with my writing that I just stopped. Like, now I will say that there have been a couple times throughout the last 2.5 years that, like, I felt that urge to write, and I've put out a couple things. But in terms of, like, a full-blown, like, project, I haven't felt it. I haven't felt anything. But I will say that for the last few days, I've kind of really been feeling it. And that's only because, how do I put this? One of my, the person that, the indie VTuber that I watched the debut of at 7 in the fucking morning, at 9 in the morning, excuse me, not 7, 9 in the morning, no matter how sleep deprived I was, just recently put out their writing project, and it's kind of really inspired me to maybe go back to my own, because God knows because God knows, like, I have stuff I want to do. I just don't know how to go about it again, especially after so long away from it. It's not as if I deleted the files or anything. Like, I still have, like, the documents and such on my PC and on backup as well. I just don't know how to get to it, but I'm pretty sure, I don't know, but again, I don't know if I'm truly gonna go back to it, but maybe I will. Maybe. It just depends on how things go. But yeah, I mean, I would say that's like one good thing that's happened this year so far. So, yay! God, how long has it been? Has it been has it already been like 40 minutes? I think it's been close to it. How long has it been? I mean, at the very least, I think it's definitely been over a half hour. I'm trying to think, what else is there? Oh yeah, there was the, I did mention this in the beginning of the stream, how I finished, the base game for Legend ZA. I finished that last night. And, wow. I'm not saying that as if, like, it was bad. No, it was actually really good. I was like, holy shit, this is actually fantastic. But, if there's one thing, because, I played through the entire endgame last night, right? I mean, first of all, that final boss fight was great. It's like, wow, it's challenging, but it was stressfully challenging, but in a way that I'm like, okay, I can deal with this, I can do this, I just gotta be patient and not panic. But, I ended up screaming at, like, 1 o'clock in the morning, because spoilers for the base game of Legend ZA, but after the credits were done rolling, they showed the shot of the hotel lobby, and it was completely empty, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. I didn't think anything of it. And then the next shot It's with us at the grave! It's at the grave of AZ! And I started screaming. I was like, what do you mean? What? What do you mean he's dead? What the fuck? Like, I was completely crashing out. I crashed out. Because I was like, what do you mean? Like, because, like, it was the fuck. It's like, because it's Team MZ at the grave of AZ. And I was like, what? I was so, like, that completely blindsided me. That completely blindsided me. I was like, what? I was so shocked. Like, it's not as if, because Pokemon games don't end with somebody dying. I mean, it's not the first time that a mainline game has ended bittersweetly. I mean, Sun and Moon ended with Lily leaving to go to Kanto, and then you had Black and White where N left, and you don't know what to places unknown. Like, it's not the first time that a Pokemon game has ended bittersweetly, but like, the motherfucker is dead. I mean, it's not as if like the possibility of death was never a thing. I mean, because I noticed that AZ was like, you know, having the incurable cough of death, like, shown throughout multiple times in the game. But I kind of thought that, like, the way that the story was gonna go was that, like, oh, the stakes are gonna be raised so high that, like, oh, we have to save AZ from death. Not that he was dying! I thought he would be alive at the end, but no. Like, for real though, that shocked me to my core. I was like, holy fuck. I didn't know people died in these games. I mean, I will say though, it's not a bad ending. If anything, like, it makes sense, right? Because AZ had wandered the earth for 3,000 years, all by his lonesome, up until like 5 years in game, where he managed to reunite with Floette, and he was able to befriend Team MZ, and he was, and at the very least, like the Anje device that he made, was able to be stopped. So it's not, so it's not as if, like, him dying after all of that, like, at peace, finally, is a bad ending. Like, it makes sense. It just completely blindsided me because, again, what Pokemon game ends on a death? Ends with someone dying? I've never heard of that. I mean, and I do think it is rather sweet that, like, the last shot of the game before you head into the epilogue is of AZ's grave surrounded with flowers. And you just have, like, the fin at the bottom right corner, and I'm like, wow, that's really how it ends, huh? Jeez, it is definitely a bittersweet ending. It is definitely a bittersweet ending. But, now, I'm in the post-game. Gonna be trying my best to, get all those done. All those missions done before I move on to the DLC eventually. I will say, though, I got all the rest of the starters. I got, because, I picked Chikorita as the ZA starter, and I picked Squirtle, actually, for the Kanto starter, because I was in desperate need of water types at the time, so I was like, I need a water type. But now that Prism Tower transforms into Wild Zone 20, which is the last Wild Zone in the base game, I got to catch the other 2 stars for each line. So I got Bulbasaur and Charmander and Totodile and Tepig. Yay. So now my Pokédex is going to be extra full along with the Mega Evo Dex. I still want to play that game. I can't believe I haven't burnt out yet. I just hope the DLC is good because, I mean, I do know that a lot of people were raving about it, so that's good. But I hope the DLC is good, especially because I have to pay for it. And it's like, ugh, I gotta pay $15 probably. Okay, but anyway, it's been almost an hour, so I think now is the time to get the game back up. Oh, speaking of which, real quick, if anybody remembers the when I was talking about my book haul for Christmas, y'all remember how I said that there was a book that I ordered 4 books and the 4th book hadn't arrived by the time that I streamed, and I was going to give it a week after Christmas before I was like, I'm gonna order a refund. Well, guess what? I checked that Wednesday, to see if any updates had occurred, and you know what? It finally did. I finally found out where the 4th book was all this time. It was in Texas. And it finally made its way here to my home in Tennessee that following Friday. So now, that's the book. And you want to know what's funny? Is that, the packaging it arrived in, I don't know whether or not they just did not have anything else, because, all my other books have arrived in, the official packaging. Like, it looks like a package, right? The way that this book was packaged, it looked like a garbage bag. It looked like they just took, a garbage bag and just, wrapped it around the book and then taped it up. It was black. That's how it looked, like a garbage bag. And I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy, I'm not expecting good things, because I'm thinking this is either the wrong book entirely, or this is going to be really damaged. Thankfully, it's neither. It's the right book, and it doesn't seem damaged. And it's about 100 pages long. 100 pages long, excuse me. It's 300-something pages long. I'm currently within the first 100. So, yay for me, finally. I just had to bitch about it. Okay, let me retweet this. This is really dark to put as a caption. Okay, good, I did click it. Wait. Huh? Okay, well, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Alrighty, so, with that out of the way, let's get the game running back up. Say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be back at it again in a couple hours to start wrapping up stuff. But still, I can't believe this 4th book took almost an entire month to get here. I still have no explanation for why it took that long. Maybe I should contact the seller and be like, so why did it take this long to, to give me my book? It didn't seem like it was that hard to send it earlier. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Okay. I just wanted to see if, you know, if we could look at any of the CGs. We can't yet, but I did see that there's an album achievement rate, and they said it was like at 16%. So we still have a long ways to go before we can even get close to a halfway. Okay. Alright, I need to lower the volume on this. Okay, back to it. Excuse me. Alrighty. Dawn breaks. We stayed up all night again. Fighting drowsiness, I refill my mug with instant coffee. I've already lost count of how many I've had. Yes? Kurisu hands her mug to me without looking away from the computer. Oh my god, really, Windows? Telling me I have an update now? Not interested. I guess she expects me to refill it. Since when did I become her maid? She should ask Mayuri for stuff like this. Mayuri is a professional maid, after all. That said, Kurisu's the one reading CERN's documents right now. Daru and I can manage if we use translation software, but we're nowhere near as efficient as she is. While it's not exactly what I had in mind when I said I wanted to borrow her knowledge, it just goes to show that I was right to make her a lab mem. She's an asset to the lab. For now, at least, I should try not to upset her. I silently take the mug from Kurisu, dump in the powdered coffee, and pour in hot water from the pot. 2 packets of sugar. No milk. Kurisu's already requested it the same way 5 times today. I mix it well and bring it over to Kurisu. She doesn't immediately realize I'm standing behind her, so I hold the mug in front of her face. Kurisu takes it without turning. Her eyes never leave the screen. She's completely absorbed in CERN's research. Even though she was adamant when she called them traitors to scientists everywhere, she's not above picking their brains. But I understand how she feels. I'm itching to know more myself. Daru is fast asleep on the sofa. His snoring is quite loud. Furthermore, it sounds like he has sleep apnea. I'm surprised Kurisu has been able to ignore it. Is she just that focused? I decide to watch some TV. As always, the news channels are all covering the Radicon satellite crash. Also, wait a minute. I want to check something real quick. Hold on. Ferris sent this fucking email at 3:20 in the morning. What the fuck? Because I was like, wait a minute, it's morning, right? When did we get that email from Ferris? Man, girl's fucking staying up all night. That's what she's doing. This is a teenage girl? Like, that did not sound like a teenage girl, right? See, that sounds like a teenage girl.
ポークスマンマイケル・バーン氏は会見で、日本に人工衛星が墜落した事実はないと語り、墜落した物体が人工衛星以外の物体であることを示唆しました。警察によりますと、墜落した人工衛星については現在調査中であり、撤去する時期のめどは立っていないとのことです。
ちょっと待って、I got mail. Oh, from Suzuha. I'm so hungry. I had to skip breakfast again today. I don't have much money on hand. Are there any good places to find insects or weeds around here? I can get by using my survival skills if I have to. What? Insects or weeds? You eat insects? Hardcore. Honestly, yeah. Survival skills. What kind of childhood did you have? Let's try that one. $11:39. At dawn? Okay. Is it really under investigation? This could be another plot by the organization. The door unlocks from outside and Airi comes in. She has a convenience store bag in hand. There are various food items inside, but it doesn't look like they're for us. The three of us probably look pretty haggard since we stayed up all night. But it's hard to put on a bright smile now that I know about CERN. Airi opens the window wide. The sky is so blue it hurts my eyes. Large clouds listlessly drift on the wind. It truly is a refreshing sight. Mayuri's appearance makes Daru get up with a grimace. Kurisu also finally moves away from the computer, sipping her hot coffee while rubbing her eyes. I glance at the clock, then go to the center of the room and call for attention.
いい機会だ。ラボメンが全員集合したところだし、久々に円卓会議を開こうと思う。
Round Table Conference. Welcome to the Round Table, Arthur's Knights. Roundabout Confluence.
なんぞそれ。
ラボメンによる報告会、ミーティングだ。
そんなのこれまでにやったことあったっけ？
そもそも円卓なんてどこにあるのよ。
実物はない。だが我らラボメンの心の中にはある。そうだろ？
そうだろ？じゃなかろうが。勝手に人の心の中に変なもの持たせないで。
I was thinking like, yes you are.
ああ、あるさ。
そっか、よかった。でも円卓って何？
Roundable.
てかなんで円卓？アーサー王？
Yes.
そもそも私はラボメンといっても期間限定だし。
These people whine about every little thing. God damn it, let me have my delusions.
とにかく円卓会議だ。マイリは昨日の夜はいなかったので、ひとまず今の俺たちの置かれた状況を教えておく。
How do I hide the text again? I forget. Let's see. Oh, come on. There has to be a way to, like... High text. It's left shift. Look at this CG! I remember this CG a lot. And the fun part of this is that, like, it gets more and more filled out with more members. Let's fucking go. I tell Mayuri about everything we discovered in her absence. About how CERN is making a time machine. About Jellymen. About how Men in Black might be coming to erase us for what we know.
悪いことは良くないよって言ったのに。
悪いだと？俺たちが？何をバカな。それを言うならばセルンの方がよほど悪。世界だけでは飽き足らず、時空までも手に入れようと企んでいる連中だ。
同意するわ。
Wow, Kurisu and I agreeing again? For some reason, Kurisu backs me up.
セルンのやってることは社会的にも人間的にも、そして研究者としても許されることじゃない。そうだけど。
She doesn't sound convinced. I didn't want to get Mayuri involved, but she's surprisingly perceptive. She'd find out even if we kept it a secret. So it's better to just tell her.
いずれにせよこれで我がラボとセルンとのラグナロックは避けられなくなった。
Ragnarok can no longer be averted. A large part of me is still afraid, but we've come too far to turn back now. We can't unlearn what we know.
ラグナロック？また北欧神話か。
クリスティーナ、お前にはセルン調査について命じていたな。何か新たに分かったことは？
命じられた覚えはないけどね。セルンがタイムトラベルにおいて抱えている問題点は2つ。1つは電子注入装置リフターの調整。これがうまく機能しないとカーブラックホールの特異点を裸にできない。この状態で特異点を通過しようとすれば、超重力によって被験者はミクロレベルまで圧縮されてしまう。当然無事ではいられないわ。それとタイムトラベル先の局所場指定ができないことが2点目。特異点を抜けてどこへ出るかの指定ができない。だから各地で見つかっている14人のゼリーマンはむしろ運がいい方だったと言うべき。人体実験は2001年から100回以上行われていた。つまり残りの80人以上はどこへ飛ばされたのかすら確認できていないということ。
Oh god, that is terrifying.
なんで確認できないの？
マユシ、そんなことも知らんの？地球は常に動いてるんだよ。自転速度は時速にして1500キロ、公転速度は11万4000キロで。
What does all that mean? Daru's tone is authoritative, but he's just relaying what he heard from Kurisu last night.
セルンはその2点について解を模索してるみたいだけど、うまくいってないみたい。
So even CERN is having difficulties?
それで助手よ。セルンのタイムマシンから電話レンジカッコ仮のヒントになるようなものは見つかったか？
ヒントね。
Kurisu stares at the ceiling in thought.
そもそも LHC は世界一巨大な電子レンジなんて異名もあるぐらいだけど。
そうか。つまり電話レンジカッコ仮は LHC の縮小版ということだな。
あながち間違ってないかもね。
I was sure she'd deny it. In fact, I thought she'd yell at me. But instead, she agreed with me. Throws me off a little. I'm not used to that.
もっとも電話レンジはわからないことが多すぎる。なんでセルンのタイムマシンと同じような現象をあの小さな電子レンジで起こせるのか。 LHC と違ってこれはタイムトラベルのために作られたものじゃないのよ。
マユシーの唐揚げを温めるためのものだよね。
まあそうね。
少なくともゼリーマンという現象が電話レンジカッコ仮でも起きているのだから、マユリのバナナはカーブラックホールのリング上得意点に到達していると考えるべきだ。
ブラックホールができてるの？ここに？吸い込まれないかな？
Why did we involve her? If it sucked us in, we'd become jellymen too.
でも放電現象の仕組みや発生条件が解明できてない。
この前の実験だと放電現象が起きた時にだけ過去へメールを送れたお。
まだ2度しか成功していないが、その放電現象が意味するのは電荷、すなわち電子注入の可能性が高い。それが発生した時だけ得意点への道が開けるのだ。
放電現象の原因はわからないじゃない。
それはこれから調べる。
そもそも過去へ送れるメールはデジタルデータであって物体じゃないわ。そこがセルンのタイムマシンと決定的に違っている。
いや、やることは同じだ。デジタルデータが得意点を通り抜けないと誰か保証したのか。人間サイズの物体を通り抜けさせるよりよほど簡単だと思う。
Yeah, because I mean, it's not like... Because I mean, digital data doesn't have like a physical mass, so...
まあ確かに。
メールって言うから混乱するんだと思うな。本物の紙飛行機にした手紙がピューンって飛んでいくイメージなんだよ、きっと。
むしろ光線だろう。光デジタルデータみたいな。ところで過去へ送れるメールは言いにくいな。名前を付けようではないか。
またカッコつけ。
またとか言うな。この法王院教魔をバカにしているのか。
She hasn't been doing it since? You know, from before?
どうせへんてこな名前をつけたいんでしょ。
And what if you're right, huh?
変ってことは失敬だな。ならば発表しよう。俺はこの過去へ送れるメールという現象についてこう名付けた。その名もノスタルジアドライブ。
わかりにくい。却下。
Vetoed.
貴様、調子の分際で却下できる権限があると思っているのか。
It's precisely because I'm your assistant.
じゃあ多数決する？ノスタルジアドライブに賛成の人。
My hand shoots into the air, of course. But nobody follows suit. Fuck! Have you like, poor kid!
クリスちゃんの言う通りだと思うな。マユシーはそんな長い名前は覚えられません。
中二病すぎだろ上皇。
It's way too chuny, man. Damn. Traitors! Uragirimono!
ならばお前たちには自分で考えたとっておきのネーミングがあるのだろうな。まさか我が案を否定しておいてノープランとは言わせんぞ。
I heard that no plando.
やっぱり分かりやすさ重視にすべきだと思う。時間を遡っているメールなんだから、そこをメールでいいんじゃない？
そこってどういう意味？
Okabe seriously needs to eat more. Oh my god. I told y'all that he was like a noodly man. You know what's so funny? This looks like my dad's build. My dad looks very similar to that. And I think if I remember correctly, like Okabe's like what, 5'10", 6 foot? My dad's 6'4". If anything, Okabe's underweight. Excuse me. I wish I could try Dr. Pepper. I've tried it. It's not bad, but it's definitely not what I would drink every day, you know? Mayuri's busy eating strawberry jelly. How could she eat that stuff after hearing about jellymen?
今のマユリの反応が答えだ、クリスティーナ。わかりやすい名前をつけるべきと言っておきながら、ちっともわかりやすくないではないか。
それはマユリさんが。
Oh, don't finish that sentence, Kurisu.
あ、なんでもない。
Damn.
もしかして今、マユリがバカだからと言おうとしたか?
You know, it's so funny that he gets on Kurisu's ass for this, and it's like, Okabe, you're not much better, you just don't say it aloud.
違うわよ。
クリスちゃん、マユシーのことバカだと思ってるのかな？
Listen, she's just a little slow, okay?
思ってない。全くこれっぽっちも思ってないから。誤解しないで。
What? Somehow, Kurisu manages to glare at me even while soothing Mayuri. Yes! Oh, Suzuha. You don't want to know, Lamau. You don't want to know. Because Okabe asked her, what kind of childhood did you have? And she's like, you don't want to know. Lamau. Suzuha in this message just is like, reminds me of like, you know, of people nowadays, where it's like, they've gone through unspeakable trauma, you know, that when they say stuff like this, they have to say it with a laugh, because it's like, listen, it could have been better, but you gotta laugh about it, otherwise I'll cry. The male who leapt through time. That's an anime reference.
少し表現が硬いな。言いにくい。
オカリンのノスタルなんとかだって十分長いじゃんか。それにこれは映画のタイトルを。
What is this? This is definitely, I think this is a Mary Poppins reference. Nostalgistic expedilidocious. I think that's supposed to be it.
ロマンがあればいいのだ、ロマンが。
It does not need to be cool, Okabe.
そんな理由で却下かよ。
ク あ、トゥットゥルー、マユシーも思いついたよ。あのね、バックトゥーザメール、映画のタイトルとね、メールをくっつけてみました。
Back to the future. Again.
マユシ、映画のタイトルネタはもう僕がやったって。
それに意味が微妙に違ってきてると思う。
She probably meant mail to the future, but our emails go to the past.
意味とかじゃなくて、映画のタイトルとメールをくっつけて。
いずれにせよ長い。
じゃあデロリアンメールとか。
DeLorean mail.
もう何のメールかさっぱりわからないではないか。
ねえ、こんなくだらないことに時間取ってる場合じゃないでしょ。もういっそのこと略して D メールにしなさいよ。
Hey, the D mail.
いや、しかしそれでは味気なさすぎるというか。
It doesn't always need to be cool, Okabe!
味気なかろうが味気があろうがどうでもいい。
It don't care if it's I think that's a typo. It says, I think it's supposed to be, I don't care if it's boring. Shut down. Karisu's influence in the lab seems to have grown significantly these past few days.
じゃあ D メールに決定します。
Mayuri, finished with her jelly, proclaims in satisfaction. Wait, when did Mayuri become the moderator?
で、なんで D メールみたいな現象が起きるん？
リング得意点への道が開いているからだ。何度も言っているだろう。
ブラックホールが発生しているのかどうかは確認できていない。単にセルンのタイムマシンと偶然似てるだけで、実は全く違う現象かもしれない。焦って結論を出すのは危険よ。
何を言う。お前は自分たちでタイムマシンを作りたいとは思わないのか。そのために危険を冒してセルンにハッキングまでしたのだぞ。今語るべきは電話レンジカッコ仮をタイムマシンとして使えるようにするにはどうしたらいいかだ。
でもさ、僕たちにできると思うん？
できるかどうかではない。やるのだ。
何よその精神論至上主義。あんたって無能なトップの典型ね。
Damn.
おのれ、狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、強引狂魔に対して何たる言い草だ。
She's been doing it, my guy! like, you're just really... It's so good.
まあそもそもオカリンは別にトップじゃないけど。
いかにも俺はラボの象徴であってトップではない。
象徴だかなんだか知らないけど、どうやって電話レンジをタイムマシンとして使えるようにするか、その具体的な解法を教えてよ。
解放か。そうだな、一つある。放電現象が起きるか起きないかはランダムだと思っているようだが、俺には仮説があるのだ。
どういうこと？
I look at my watch. It's past noon.
発生条件の再現クリスティン。昨日の夜いろいろ検討したはずだぞ。そして俺たちは最も単純で最も決定的な条件を見ようとしていた。すなわち発生時刻だ。 過去2回の放電現象が起きた時間を調べてみたんだが、それによれば俺が誰の携帯に送った時に偶然発生した最初の D メールはだいたい12時から13時の間。そして2回目、俺たち4人全員が目撃した D メールは18時頃に発生している。つまりその2つの時間帯に実験をすれば、あるいは再現が可能かもしれない。
早速やってみましょう。
Kurisu bolts into the development room, suddenly bursting with enthusiasm.
それにしてもこの助手ノリノリである。
Yeah, I love how now Karisu's like fully into this. She's like, we need to do this now, now, now!
マユシーのバナナずいぶん減ったね。また買ってこなくちゃ。
Nah, Kurisu spotted you. Only one banana remains untouched. We got rid of the jellified bananas, and then we ate the rest.
ごめんね、まゆりさん。後で新しいバナナ買ってくるから。
本当？嬉しいな。オカリンやダル君はね、バナナ勝手に食べてもちっとも買ってきてくれないのです。
Yeah, because they're jerks. I'll be sure to amend that in the future. No, you're not. A bunch of bananas is a small price to pay in order to bring chaos to the world. Is it, though? Carissa picks the last banana off the stem, leans under the table, and places it inside the microwave.
まずはゼリーマンになるか試してみる。
She tries to get up and gloriously bangs her head underneath the table.
ドジっ子アピールがないぜ。
Bruh, it was just an accident.
しとらんわ。
Carissa gets up, blushing in embarrassment with tears in her eyes.
このレンジの配置なんとかしろ。危ないしめんどくさい。
床に穴が開いてしまうから無理だ。
クリスちゃん、クリスちゃん。痛いの痛いの飛んでけ。
Mayuri pats the back of Karisu's head, then sweeps her hand through the air.
サンクス、まゆりさん。
Carissa pulls herself together, types on her phone, and activates the phone wave. The banana inside the microwave slowly begins to spin backwards as the timer counts down. Karisu, who is peering into the microwave, suddenly shouts in surprise. The banana has vanished. At the exact same moment, the banana reappears on its stem, jellified.
おお、
Ah, so the time does matter.
ゲルバナになったね。
やはり俺の予想通り発生条件は時間帯だったな。
I want to keep this in mind. He's saying all this shit while the window is open! I was a little anxious about the result, but it all worked out. Let's fucking go! I outwitted the impertinent genius girl. Now my position as symbol of the lab is secure! He really fucking did this just so he could be like, okay, I secured my position.
やるわね、岡部。あまりに単純すぎて気づけなかった。
Kurisu says with a slightly sulky expression.
悔しいのか？それでも俺に3時の言葉を送る姿勢は強化してやる。
And laughs in her face about it.
それより D メールが再現できるかについても確認しないと。
Kurisu ignores my proud laughter and excitedly starts typing out a mail.
この方法に興味はいいが、クリスティーナのせいでどんどん落ちていく。
Because she calls you out on your bullshit pretty often.
もともと威厳はないと思う。
Wow. Kurisu gets the stab in and Daru puts salt on the wound.
いいからそこの男子2人手伝って。岡部、あんたの携帯にメール送るから。
When did I become her assistant? I grind my teeth in frustration, but I do as I'm told and insert my phone into the phone wave slot.
ねえねえクリスちゃん、なんて送るの？
Mayuri presses up against Kurisu and sneaks a peek at Kurisu's phone.
別に意味のある文章である必要はない。送れるかどうかを確認できさえすればいいんだから。
どれどれ？岡部はずアンエアえ？
待て！そこの助手！何を打ち込んでいる？
Why does it matter?
さあね、準備いい？送るわよ。
She's like, you're not gonna see it. Daru's already set the microwave's timer through the X68000. There's nothing inside, but the microwave still operates. The countdown starts from 120. This is where the timing counts. We know that we have to open the microwave door during operation, but we still don't know when to send the mail. For now, we'll do them simultaneously. Kurisu readies her finger on her phone's send button. I grasp the microwave's door handle. Mayuri seeks cover. Good.
じゃあカウントするぜ。
The microwave timer soon indicates 70.
3、2、1、0。
Kurisu presses send. And at nearly the same instant, I open the microwave door. Oh, here we go again.
来たぞ！
Lightning crackles in the air. The cushion underneath the phone wave collapses under the weight. The floor starts creaking. It's exactly like the discharge phenomenon that occurred before. The discharge lasts for about 10 seconds. After it subsides, we stare at the phone wave with bated breath. Luckily, it didn't break through the floor.
メール届いた。
Let's check. I disconnect my phone from the phone wave and check my mail. Kurisu stands beside me and peers at the screen. Oh. Airhead. Okabe isn't. From July 28th. There's an email there. 2 of them even, and they're written in English. The timestamps are from 5 days ago. Kurisu starts laughing when she sees the email, even though she's the one who wrote it. The Okabe in the first one is obviously my name. But what does airhead in the second one mean? My English is shaky. Is she saying my head can fly or something? That's funny. Whatever. I may not know what it means, but I do know this. My assistant is making fun of me. But that doesn't matter right now.
クリスティーナ、お前はメールを2通送ったのか？
送ったのは1通だけ。
マユシーも見たよ。あのね、本当に1通だった。
しかし2通受信しているぞ。
そうね、一つの文章だったのに分割されてる。
ちなみにこの文章の意味は？
自分で調べれば。
Google it, bitch! I guess she doesn't want to answer. Well, whatever.
そういえばさ、この前の D メールも文章は途中で切れてたよな。
そうだったか？
そうそう、着歴見てみなよ。僕は確かオカリンは変態って送ったはずだお。
There's daughter. Irv. Okarin's a P.
確かにこちらも2つに分割されているな。
何が原因なのかしら。
ゼリーマンと関係があるかもしれん。
でもマユシーはね、どうして5日前に届いたかの方が気になります。
確かに前に送った時も5日前に届いてたわよね。
ああ、そうだった。
なんか法則性でもあるんじゃね？
じゃあさ、もっとじゃんじゃん送ってみようよ。
Mayuri's right. Now that we've figured out how to send D-mails, we should keep experimenting and collect as much data as we can.
よし、ラボメンよ、全員配置につけい。
また始まった。
これより D メール実験を可能な限り連続で行う。ダルはペケロッパにて電話レンジカッコ仮の監視、調整、情報収集。助手はメールを打ち続けろ。さまざまなパターンの文章を試せ。日本語、英語、全角半角、絵文字。内容は問わん。
I'm sure Shining Finger would be better for the job, but since she's not a lab mem, I'll leave it to Kurisu.
マユシーは？
マユリには買い出しを命じる。とりあえずバナナを買ってきてくれ。金はこの法院教魔が出す。
ああ、オカリン太っ腹だね。
じゃあ岡部はレンジのドアの開け閉めね。
うひょー、刺身にタンポポの花を乗せる仕事並みの単純作業じゃね？
いや、上司の判断は的確だ。おそらく D メール製品の鍵はレンジのドアを開けるタイミングにかかっている。
あ、いや、冗談で言ったんだけど。
レンジのドアの開け閉め、この法院教魔に任せるがいい。 神のごとき正確さと修羅のごとき大胆さ、そして女性を扱うかのごとき繊細さを持って開け示してやろう。
He's talking about opening a microwave door. Like, he's just talking about opening a microwave door.
あー、オカリンエッチ。
なお、本作戦はトップシークレットである。誰にも漏らしてはならない。いいな。
Keep in mind the window's open. Mayuri nods. The others are ignoring me.
では、作戦名を発表する。
作戦名とかいらないから始めましょう。
なんだと。
Can we get... God, can I just get a... Can I replay that voice line real quick? I want to hear that again. The noise at the end gets me. That's how you... It sounded like he just got gut punched. Like, it sounded like he just got gut punched. You ruined my climactic scene! Damn you, assistant! This is an outrage! Well, too bad, Okabe. I'm gonna save right here. We're not ending. I'm just wanting to do it just in case. Alright, afterwards, the D-mail experiment. Its name is Operation Erd, though I lost my chance to announce it. Continues for 2 hours. Erd, huh? The eldest of the 3 Norns, goddesses of fate in Norse mythology. The 3 sisters tend the world tree, Yggdrasil, which has roots in Erd's fountain. Excuse me. Erd is the Norn of the past. And also a Kingdom Hearts character. Back when Nomura was fixated on Norse mythology for a moment. During that time, every D-mail goes back in time without a hitch. Now it's time to take a break. We're all hungry, and except for Mayuri, we've been up since last night.
どうぞ休んでて。私はもうちょっとやってみるから。
She's been going at it for hours, and she's still full of energy. It's hard to believe she was so opposed to time travel research before. Her scientist's blood must be on fire. We've made a number of discoveries, but we can wait to assess them until after we eat. Daru and I leave the 2 girls to watch over the lab as we go shopping at the convenience store. We return from the convenience store to find the Brawn Tube Workshop's one and only part-time warrior standing in front of the building. She's stretching. She notices me and calls out without stopping her exercises. Shenanigans? This girl has a thing for unusual words.
いかにも聞いて驚くな。俺たちは人類史にその名を残すであろうタイムマシンを作っているのだ。
Cool!
お前、もっと驚いたらどうなのだ。
ま、信じられんのは当然じゃね。僕も最初は半信半疑だったし。つうかそう簡単に秘密ばらしちゃっていいの？他に機密事項じゃなかった？
Oh yeah. Nice job, Okabe.
しまった。そこのバイト選手を今俺が話して
He forgets so easily.
いいけど、そうじゃなくてさ。
Part-time warrior glances at the Braun Tube workshop.
店長がすっごくイライラしてるわけ。
というと
2階からの振動がすごくってさ、埃が落ちてくるだけじゃなくて実際に揺れるんだよね。爆撃されたみたいに。あいつら一体何してんだ。家賃あげてやるぞこらってぼやいてた。謝りに行った方がいいかも。
ゲゲゲ、追い出されたらまずくね。
よし、ここは俺に任せろ。それとダルよ、助手にしばらく実験を止めるように伝えてくれ。
了解。あんた今最高に輝いてるよ。
You're gonna die today, sir. Daru salutes, then races up to the second floor.
そういや、マキセ・クリスって来てんの？
おう。
Come to think of it, she did pick a fight with Christina yesterday.
知り合いなのか？
昨日が初見。
初見？
That's a strange way of putting it.
あ、なるほど。初めて会ったにしてはやたら敵意をむき出しにしていなかったか？
支援だよ。
Oh. What? I barely heard her. Her voice was so low. I'm about to ask her to repeat herself, but Suzuha is staring at the ground in silence. She obviously doesn't want to talk about this. Did she call Kurisu her enemy? But that doesn't make sense.
お、個人的な恨みがあるということか。しかし初めて会ったのね。
まあね。
何かあったのか？
直接はないかな。
間接的というとどういうつながりだ？なんなら俺がクリスティーナに話をつけてもいい。
別にいいって。
もしかして単なる逆恨みだったりするのか？
もうしつこい。
She hits me with a glare.
岡部倫太郎さ、私のことより店長に謝りに行かなくていいの？
And the mystery deepens even more. Huh. Actually, I'm getting cold feet. I'm scared. I'm pissing and shitting myself. But I am Hoing Kyoma, the mad scientist who brings chaos to the world. I can't falter now. I don't care if I get snapped in half like a twig. I steel myself and enter the Braun Tube workshop. Part-time warrior follows me inside. Baito Senshi. Mr. Braun is sitting at the counter inside, slurping delivery ramen. Even when I enter, he doesn't look away from the huge 42-inch CRT. It's showing some news show's report on some celebrity divorce. Part-time warrior doesn't say anything. She's just going to stand there and watch him bring me a new one.
おい、岡部。おめえ一体上で何やってんだ?
Straight to the punch. He doesn't take his eyes off the TV, nor does he stop slurping his ramen. Yet despite his sedentary posture, he exudes extraordinary pressure. But now is not the time to falter.
実は世紀の実験中でしてね。すなわち人類の科学史を塗り替えるタイム。
おめえらのお遊びのことはどうでもいいんだよ。このビルのオーナーは俺。分かってんのか？結構ボロいビルだからよ。おめえらがガタガタ揺らすと壁にひびでもできるんじゃねえかと俺は気が気じゃねえわけ。
Better keep quiet about the dent in the floor.
ミスター・ブラウン、まさかこのビル耐震偽装物件ではなかろうな。
だったらどうなんだよ。
You sure you want to be admitting to that? Holy crap. Maybe we should seek shelter soon. Yeesh.
ちゃんと補強工事はした。だがな、いくらなんでもおめえらは揺らしすぎだ。
このビルの一つや二つ崩壊したからなんだというのです。
So what if a few buildings collapse?
あ？
我らが行っている実験は何度も言うが人類の科学史、いや人類の歴史そのものを塗り替えるような壮大な内容なのです。このビルをあと10年延命させるよりよほど意義のあるものだ。
The building starts shaking again as soon as I finish speaking. Flakes of concrete start falling from the ceiling. The 42-inch CRT's image goes to static. Damn it, Daru! What are you doing? I thought I told you to stop the experiments! He's glaring at me. Fuck! I'm gonna die!
なんか落ちてきたぞ。ラーメンに入ったろうがどうしてくれるんだ。とにかくこれ以上揺らすんじゃねえ。でないと家賃を1万あげる。
I misread that as like, I'm gonna ram my foot up your ass. I'm like, oh shit. What? If you raise it to 10,000 yen, we're ruined!
任せるがいい、ミスター・ブラウン。我が名誉にかけて今日はもう揺らさないと誓おう。
With that, I race out of the Bronze-Tube workshop.
クリスティーナ、今すぐ実験は中止だ。
When I burst into the lab, I find the three of them in the middle of lunch. Mayuri has juicy chicken number 1. Daru has a convenience store boxed lunch. Karisu's eating cup noodles with a fork.
ごめんねおかり。今マユシが唐揚げを温めようとしたんだけどね。ついいつもの癖で逆回転させちゃって、ついでだから放電させてみたの。
そうか。
あんたにメール届いてるはずだけど見てないの？
Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Christina. You know as well as I do that my phone is still attached to the phone wave. I disconnect my phone from the phone wave while grinding my teeth. What did you give me? One more, please. What does that mean?
ふざけるな。ミスター・ブラウンに睨まれるのは俺なのだぞ。
Can I see? I can't put. Oh wait, that's not it. That's it. I just want to see. Did I get anything? No. Okay.
5日も前に忠告したのに。
But I gave you 5 days advance notice. You bitch! Shut up. Well, yeah, the timestamp's from 5 days ago, but
店長、怒ってた？
yes.
殺意の波動を感じた。
The way he said that, like, oh. you know Mamoru Miyano had to go deep into his chest for that. Daru turns pale, but the two girls don't seem to care. They know not the wrath of Mr. Braun. Ignorance is bliss.
とにかく今日はこれ以上の実験は中止だ。
実験のデータは十分取れたわ。
Then Kurisu hides her mouth with her hand as she yawns.
さすがに眠くて辛くなってきたし、髪もパサパサだし、シャワーを浴びてゆっくり眠りたい。
I sigh and take a boxed lunch out of the convenience store bag. It's cold, so I toss it into the phone wave and set the timer normally.
シャワーならここにもあるよ。バスタブはないんだけどね。シャワー室っていうのかな。オカリンはいつもそこを使ってるよね。
なんか汚そう。
お世辞にも綺麗なシャワー室とはいえ、このビル自体がボロいからな。
そもそも岡部と同じシャワー室を使うなんてお断り。
気持ちはわかる。誰も使えとは言っていないしな。もっとも徹夜明けで俺も誰もお前もかなり臭いだろうがな。
That's not funny. Given the sweltering heat and the fact that we kept the windows closed all night, I bet this place is smelling pretty rank by now. Oh no, it smells like two men's musk. and one girl's musk. God.
だから食べ終わったら帰るわよ。
Yes? Oh, Lukako. Kyoma-san, are you familiar with ghetto froggies? Oh, I know exactly what those are. They were a huge fad last year. We have a ton of them at the shrine, so if you like, could you take a few off our hands? Dodd? I meant to say dad. My mind was thinking dog, and it just came out as Dodd. Dad brought a whole box home for some reason. Then he said they were for me. I don't know what to do with them. P.S. I was so bewildered I couldn't do any practice swings with Samidare. Reason. I suspect that last year's Garo Froggy boom was an organization plot. Be careful, Lukako. Those Garo Froggies may be responsible for your father's strange behavior. Wow. You know, I always deride Okabe's Delulus and all that for his, and all that. He's actually right on the money with this one. This is because Garo Froggy was another thing that was in Chaos Head. And, yeah, Garo Froggies ended up actually playing a huge part into the plot of that game, so... Dad. You know, the stories you tell paint a very different picture of your father than the impression I got from meeting him. Which is the true him, I wonder? And Garo Froggies. Those weird-looking frog things that were popular with teenage girls in Shibuya last year, right? If I'm not mistaken, they came out with a wide variety of them. I'm gonna send this one. Ghetto. Kurisu slurps her cup noodles excuse me. Kurisu slurps her cup noodles indignantly. I bought them at her request. She was raised in America, yet she likes cup noodles? Strange.
高級ホテルでセレブ気分のバスタイムか。俺も連れて行ってほしいものだ。
She's not gonna let you into her shower, bro.
お断りします。
マユシーも行ってみたいな。
Excuse me.
まゆりさんなら歓迎する。
Because she's a girl.
本当？ありがとう。
Huh? Oh, my food. I take my warm food out of the microwave, take a fresh bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge, and join in on lunch.
ねえねえオカリン、前から不思議だったんだけどね、ご飯食べながらどうして炭酸ジュース飲めるの？その組み合わせって美味しいのかな？
That is such a weird... That is such a weird question to ask, considering, like, you know, Americans.
特に疑問を持った覚えはないぞ。
僕も。
そうね、私も不思議には思わない。
前よりがおかしいんだろう。食事と炭酸飲料の組み合わせなど普通だ。
普通だよな、上皇。
異論はない。
そんな、みんながおかしいんだよ。
Well, I'm a pure Doc Perry. I'm a pure Docparian. Daru loves cola like a typical fat. Wow, okay. Like a typical otaku. And Karisu lives in America, home of soda. What? Docparian. Someone who loves Dr. P above all other beverages. Coined by Okarin. So, I admit our opinion is biased. But that doesn't matter right now.
さて、オペレーションウルドの実験成果についてこの場で検討してみようか。
オペレーションウルドって？
Here we go again.
そういえば昨日はどこぞの女子のせいで作戦名を披露できなかったのだったな。昨日夜から今日にかけて行われた D メールの連続送信実験。それがオペレーションウルドであり、
実験の成果はあった。
She interrupts me again.
D メールについて少なくとも何ができるのかは分かったから。
He's probably like, stop interrupting me, Joshua! Karisu places her empty noodle cup on the table, then retrieves the whiteboard from the development room. While the rest of us eat, she scribbles on the whiteboard, then puts it up against the wall.
とまあこんな感じ。補足や反論は？
Let's see this here. Well, unfortunately, I can't really fucking see anything here, because, you know, this. Discharge phenomenon. Send mail to phone wave during discharge. Conditions for discharge, 12 o'clock to 6. D-mail text limit is 12 1-byte or 6 2-byte characters. I guess by three times. Any more fails to send. Distance into past depends on phone wave timer input. 1 second on the timer equals 1 hour into past. And the contents of microwave become jellymen. Confirmed to also teleport. Okay. Nothing especially. She summarized the vital parts. Mayuri has her mouth half open in a blank stare. She clearly doesn't understand.
D メールでは最大で英文36文字か。日本語文18文字しか送れないというのは不便だな。改善したいところだ。
Furthermore, each D-mail is split in Excuse me. Furthermore, each D-mail is split into 12 character segments. If you send 36 characters, you'll get 3 12-character emails. If you try to send more, everything after the 36th character disappears.
でも、いつへ送るかの調節ができるのを発見したのはすごくね。
Though we can only set it in 1-hour increments, we can control how far back D-mails go by using the microwave's timer.
発見しただけで満足してたら無意味。原理を突き止めないと。ここに書いたのは現象として確認できたものでしかない。
原理の究明か。確かにそれが分からなければ真にタイムマシンを作ったことにはならない。
So that would if the phone wave if the timer input, right, where basically 1 second on the timer equals 1 hour into the past, that would mean then that 120 seconds on the microwave is 120 hours past the date. So 24, I'm trying to think if the math is right on that. Like 24 times 5. 4 times 5 is 20, so you put the 0 down, then carry the 2. 5 times 2 is 10, but you add a 2. Wait, is that right? Don't quote me on this. I can't do math in my head. Let's see. 24 times 5. Yep, it's 120. The hell was that? Just heard a noise from my left and I was like, what the heck? Alrighty.
6文字 ×3 しか送れないのは何が原因だ。
Daru and Carissa remain silent. Suddenly, Mayuri, who's been staring at the ceiling in confusion until now, raises her hand.
唐揚げやバナナはゲル揚げとかゲルバナになっちゃって、でもお塩はゲル塩にはならなかったんだよね。
だから略すなよ。
According to Mayuri, the refrozen chicken had indeed been jellified when she tried eating it. Carissa's prediction was right.
で、D メールは18文字まではちゃんと送れて、19文字以上は消えちゃうんだよね。きっとね、おっきなものとかたくさんは送れないんじゃないかな。もしかしてそのカーブブラックホールが
カーブラックホールね。
カーブブラックホールが
だからカーブラックホール。
Listen, just let her speak it the way she wants to.
ブラックホールの
Yeah.
きついんだよ。
Oh god, I can already see how this is gonna go.
まゆし、今の言葉もう一度よろ。穴ってところから。
穴がきついの。
No, don't be doing this.
これはけしからん。言わせているんじゃないアホだる。
Mayuri has flowers for brains, so she's easy prey for Daru's perversions. It drives me crazy.
穴がきついか。あながち間違ってないかも。おそらくセルンのタイムマシンと同じ原因ね。リフターの調整がうまくできてないから完全には得意点を裸にできず、そのせいで送れる容量が限定される。
唐揚げやバナナはともかく全角6文字半角12文字のデータっつうと容量は12バイトだね。
English characters are half width, so they only use 1 byte, but full width Japanese characters use 2.
バイト？キロバイトじゃなくて？
おーっとマキセ氏はメカに弱いタイプと見た。
そうなのか。 か助手。
うるさいな。バイトなんて単位は最近見ないから確認しただけよ。
By the way, 1 kilobyte is 1024 bytes. 1 byte is 8 bits. God, can you believe that I actually learned about this when I was like, because I remember when I was first starting to stream all those years ago, like how, because I have to figure out, obviously, like how to, like, how many, like, the bitrate and stuff, and like what like, how much does my bitrate need to be at if I want to stream at a certain quality? And I remember having to look this up, like, you know, because obviously with internet data, you have kilobytes, and then megabytes, and then gigabytes. So yeah, actually, this is pretty familiar to me.
まあ電子メールは本文テキストだけじゃないけどさ、送信先と送信元のメルアドとかヘッダとかもろもろ込みだともっと増えるけど、目安として12バイト分の文字数なら3回分は転送できるってことじゃね？あ、ちなみに件名は入れると入れないとでどう変わるかわかんねえ。
確かに唐揚げやバナナをデジタルデータに換算したところで12バイト程度のサイズになるとは思えんな。
How do you measure a banana in bytes anyway?
塩は一つ一つが小さいから12バイト以下と換算された可能性がある。
質量が大きいと超重力に押しつぶされるっていうこと？
質量ではないかもしれん。データには重さはない。
Yeah, because it's not physical.
いずれにせよ、得意点を裸にできていない時点でイベントホライゾンを通過せざるを得なくなる。そのイベントホライゾン内では空間と時間の入れ替わりの影響でリング上得意点に到達した被験者は超高速に達しているから、超重力により押しつぶされて破壊されたデータがブラックホールから吐き出されてしまう。
ゼリーマンの出来上がりだ。
でも質量が小さければ通り抜けられるとも思えない。どっちにしろ超重力の中を抜けないといけないのよ。
穴がきついのならば注入する電子を増やせばいい。
そんな簡単な問題とは思えない。セルンだってその方法は試したはず。なのに実験開始から9年経っても解決できていない。単純に電子の量を増やせばいいってわけでもないのよ。
そうか。
そもそもセルンではリフターがあるけど、電話レンジの場合そのリフターに代替するものが何なのかすら分かってない。これじゃ調整以前の問題。
She has a point.
リフターに変わるものが何なのかそれは不明だが、少なくともその代替物の効果によりリング得意点に36バイトプラスアルファまでは通り抜け可能な道が作られているのは確かだ。
よくわかんないよ。
Mayuri, finished with her chicken, looks at us in confusion.
リング上得意点の入り口である内側のイベントホライゾン、魔王城の門に例えればいい。
The Demon Lord's castle, okay. Akumade.
魔王城？
Maojo. Hundreds of soldiers attack the heavily fortified Demon Lord's castle gate. The soldiers can use the magic called Lifter to force the castle gate open, but they can only keep it open for a moment before it closes. During that moment, only 12 soldiers can break through. The soldiers can only use lifter magic 3 times. The 36 soldiers who make it through the gate return triumphantly as the heroes who slew the Demon Lord. But the soldiers who were left behind are imprisoned by the Demon Lord's minions. They're taken to the castle's prison cells and turned into slimes. The heroes save them after defeating the Demon Lord, but unfortunately they go home as slimes. I wonder if this is a Dragon Quest reference.
スライムになって帰ってきた騎士さんたちがゼリーマンなんだね。
だが例外もある。
The soldiers can combine into a super soldier with the strength and size of 100 ordinary soldiers. The super soldier has the power to defeat the Demon Lord alone, but since his body is too big, he can't pass through the gate, even when it's opened by lifter. And so, deprived of his magic's effectiveness, the weakened super soldier is seized by the Demon Lord's underlings and sent home in defeat as a giant slime.
なんだその無茶な設定。
図体が大きすぎてはダメだという例えだ。
なるほど。すごくわかりやすかったよ。
そう？
オカリンの例えはともかく、これでゼリーマンの件は解明できたんじゃね？
すべてマユリのヒントのおかげだな。
Oh, God.
マユシーは役に立ったかな。
ああ、いいひらめきだったぞ、マユリ。
よかった。
She sounds so happy.
でもまだ仮説よ。それが証明されたわけじゃない。
証明ってどうやんの？セルンと同じように人体実験するん？
岡部と橋田さんが被験者として志願してくれるなら喜んで実験してあげるけど。
人体実験ってなんか響きがやばいよね。性的な意味で。
I hate it. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. 大嫌いだ。
だが断る。僕はされる方よりせっかくだからする方を選びたい。
Alright, have a good night. Hope to see you again in the next stream in a couple weeks. Because, yeah, that's gonna be it again.
右に同じ。いや、性的な意味でという部分は同意しないが。
バカども。
Kurisu gives us a cold stare and shrugs her shoulders in Kurisu gives us a cold stare and shrugs her shoulders in exasperation.
何度も言うけど、問題はあの電話レンジのどこにリフターに代替する機能があるのかっていうこと。
それともう一つ、なぜ時間帯によって放電現象やゼリーマン化が起きたり起きなかったりするのかだ。
わからないことはあるけど、D メールのやり方についてはもう完璧ってことで、ファイナルアンサー？
Final answer, huh? Abbreviated as FA in Japanese. Used in the question, is that your final answer, internet slang? Is that your final answer, internet slang? Originates from a popular quiz show with contestants who want to be millionaires. So literally the game show, who do you want to be a millionaire? Whoops.
過去にメールを送れるってすごいことだよね。
人が直接過去へ飛べるわけじゃないから、タイムマシンって感じはしないけどな。
I will say I am thinking we're gonna start wrapping up soon. Hopefully this after this scene.
それをやろうとしてセルンほどの研究機関が失敗し続けている。タイターの予言によると完成まであと24年かかるんだっけ？
I answer Carisi's sarcastic question with a nod.
確かに今の俺たちでは物理的なタイムマシンは無理かもしれんな。セルンに比べて金も施設も足りない。しかし俺たちはそれでもタイムトラベルを実現させた。データを過去へと送ったのだ。
この電話レンジはもっとちゃんと検証するべきね。何が起きてるのか把握しないと。
D メールをもっといろいろ面白いことに使いたいよな。
気持ちはわかるが今日は無理だ。もしまたビルを揺らしたらミスター・ブラウンから最後通告を出されるだろう。
He's gonna kick my ass. He'll raise the rent or kick us out of the lab.
詳細な検証は明日以降に行う。だがこれだけは宣言させてくれ。
I step onto the couch and look at each lab mem in turn.
靴脱がなきゃ汚れちゃうよ。
It's fine.
本日今日って何日？
tries to make a serious announcement and immediately fumbles it.
8月2日。
2010年8月2日は人類史にとって永遠に記憶に残る日となるであろう。なぜなら今日この日我ら未来ガジェット研究所は人類史上初のタイムマシン開発に成功したからである。
人類史上初じゃなくね？セルに先越されてたし。
Shut the fuck up!
そもそも開発したとは言えない。偶然使えるようになっただけ。
Penicillin.
助手はセレンディピティという言葉を知らないらしいな。ペニシリンに X 線にダイナマイト、その他多くの偉大な発明は偶然から生まれたのだぞ。
Serendipity, huh? Oh boy, we got 3 terms to check out here. Alright, dynamite. A nitroglycerin-based explosive invented by Alfred Nobel in 1866. X-ray, a type of electromagnetic wave discovered by Wilhelm Röntgen in 1895, famous for its applications in medicine. And penicillin, the world's first antibiotic discovered in 1929.
それはそうだけど。
でもクリスちゃんってタイムマシンなんてないやーいってこの前は言ってたよ。今はあるって認めてるんだね。
今のところは認めざるを得ないってだけ。原理を究明していけば、もしかしたらタイムマシンとは似ても似つかないまがいものかもしれない。
どいつもこいつも俺の堂々たる宣言に敬意すら払わんとは。
Nope.
人類史上初の、いや史上2番目かもしれないが、タイムマシン開発の栄誉、この俺が独り占めしても後で文句を言わないことだな。
I love that. It's just like, don't complain if I take all the credit for inventing the first, I mean second, you know what, fuck it, whatever. Time machine in human history.
今日の第66回円卓会議は以上だ。解散。
66th? This was our first one!
今のって円卓会議だったん？知らんかった。しかも66回って。
円卓だろうがなんだろうがどうでもいいわ。
Carissa gets up from her chair and stretches.
帰ってシャワー浴びて寝る。
マユシーはもうすぐバイトなのです。
I'm incredibly tired too. Let's just sleep today. But when I lie down, I find myself unable to sleep. Though part of me is still frightened by the dark secrets we've uncovered, the curiosity and excitement are too much to bear. We've built a machine that can send emails to the past. It's like a dream, but it's real, and it's ours. As I start thinking of ways to use it, my imagination spreads out to infinity, driving the last vestiges of fear from my mind. Okay. Oh. You know, we could go a little bit longer in this. I'm standing in absolute darkness. How long have I been here? I can't remember. I can't move. I can't feel. I can't see. The world is empty.
何もないんじゃない。
A voice resounds in the blackness, as if whispering in my ear, as if screaming from far away, as if dozens of people around me are speaking at once. Where am I?
ここはイベントホライゾンを超えた場所。時間と空間の役割が入れ替わった場所。
Suddenly, the darkness is dispelled. Oh! An ocean of stars fills the heavens. The sight is breathtakingly beautiful. However, one point in space lacks stars. I notice that point. I stare at that point. My body starts to fall. I'm falling through the sea of stars. No, not falling. I'm being pulled into a rift of utter darkness from which not even light can escape. In an instant, my consciousness has exceeded the speed of light. Stars flash past and vanish from sight. Light itself is but dust in my wake. Logic screams that this cannot be. Nothing can move faster than light. That would contradict the theory of relativity.
あんたは移動なんてしていない。
That voice again. It comes from behind, overtaking my faster-than-light consciousness. At the same time, it seems to lie in wait at my destination. Why do I hear Christina's voice?
あんたは移動なんてしていない。
Those same words.
言ったはず。ここでは空間と時間の役割は入れ替わっている。あんたは空間を移動することはできない。あんたの時間が延々と引き伸ばされているのよ。
I accelerate. I can hardly breathe. It feels like something is crushing my body.
あんたの1秒は私には永遠となる。遠くから観測している私にはあんたは停止しているようにしか見えない。
I fall. I'm pulled to the depths of the dark, or perhaps to the end of the universe. But even beyond the speed of light, I'll never reach it. Am I looping? No, that's not it. Is the end running away from me? That's not it either. Stretching. What is stretching? Space? Me?
振り返ってはいけない。永遠は無限ではない。永遠へ向かって時間が引き延ばされ続けようとも終わりは存在する。
Something approaches. It approaches slowly, a stark contrast to the stars flashing past. Is it really approaching? It looks like it's standing still. Its slowness gives it that illusion. I don't know what it is, but it is something.
イベントホライゾン。
I try to reach towards it, but my hand won't move.
振り返ってはいけない。そこには1秒が永遠へと引き延ばされたあんたが連なっているから。
I'm slowing to a stop, but still I keep falling. The end never comes. An asymptotic approach to zero. When will this second pass?
時間と空間の役割は入れ替わっている。
A second stretched out to infinity. 1 second becomes 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds becomes 0.01 seconds. 0.01 seconds becomes 0.001 seconds. 0.001 seconds. 0.0001 seconds. 0.00001 seconds. More seconds. More seconds. More seconds. When will I arrive? Gradually, time shortens. Gradually, my perception of time lengthens.
前を向いてたどり着いて。
No matter how close I get, I can never reach.
魔王の縄文へ。
Suddenly, her words take on an amused tone. The Demon Lord's Gate.
あんたは鍵を持っていない。だから縄文をこじ開けられず。
I try to shout, but my mouth won't move. I mustn't look back.
魔王の手下に捕らえられる。
Pictures from the Jellyman's report flicker through my brain. My body.
振り返ってはいけない。
I want to look back. I want to go back. I can't look back. I can't go back. I face towards the thing. By the way, I am pressing the phone triggers. It's not working, so I can't make that go away. I face towards the thing. The thing. I face the future of becoming a jellyman, while frozen for eternity. Well, I think that was a perfect place to end, wouldn't you say? Whew! Man, very foreboding place to end it, isn't it? With that hell of a dreamscape. I will say though, I'm actually really glad that like we are really like getting to not the end per se, but like we're because I think like we're finally at the point in the story where like, oh, we can finally open up a little more about the time machine and stuff. And why did that sound like I said stuff? Welcome to the stuff. But yeah, we finally have our established time machine. We have our Jellyman stuff. And we also now have the inception of D-mails. So yay! Oh my god, I cannot wait to stretch. My back is killing me, as is my ass. Again, I've been sitting in this chair for like, now 2.5 hours. But, yeah, we're doing good. I hope we're doing okay in terms of a pacing rate, because, again, I know this game is long. I mean, hey, at least I knew we were going to finish up Chapter 2 this stream, I just did not realize how close we were to the end of it. And we started Chapter 3! Why does it sound like the music's so loud? Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. But yeah, I actually think though, I mean, I feel like I didn't really like talk a lot this stream, but that was mainly because it's like, you know, we're really getting into the thick of it, and it's like, well, I don't want to like, you know, ruin the seriousness of this moment with like a, you know, a dumbass joke, right? And thank God we did not have like a lot of moments where I'm like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about this. This is a little uncomfy, guys. Excuse me. But, we do have more, but at the very least, we do have some answers, for some of the questions we had, but instead we got more questions instead. Mainly, why does Suzuha consider Kurisu her enemy? It's like, oh, that's interesting, considering that, like, the both of them confirmed that they've never met each other before then, so there's that. What is in the IBM 5100 database? You know, like the thing that we didn't get to do, you know, that thing. But, and we also got, but I will say, I think the biggest thing we got to see was obviously how, Okabe and Kurisu, tend to work together, you know, when they're not butting heads. Like, it's like, oh, they're actually pretty, I was gonna say pretty competent. They're always pretty competent, right? But, like, when Okabe's able to kind of, like, put away the Chunibyo shit for a moment and just talk to Kurisu like a normal human being, it's like, oh, they can actually get a lot done together. You know? So, yeah. I will say, going off, kind of related to Steins Gate in general, but not to the game itself, I have noticed that lately, that it does seem like, me playing through this game on stream has actually netted me, has definitely given me, like, views. Like, man, y'all are doing me a favor by making me feel a little popular, which is great. I like that. And I will say this, because I have been noticing that I probably have some lurkers, people who aren't chatting. And I know it's gonna seem like I'm calling y'all out. I'm not, I promise. Trust me. I'm someone who almost never watches VTuber streams. I have to rely solely on VODs because I can't do chat. I do appreciate y'all as well. And if you ever feel the need... Well, I don't want to... okay, let me rephrase that. If y'all ever feel like you want to talk, that is perfectly fine. But if you still want to be a lurker, that's fine too. Just know that I appreciate you all the same. But man, it is... But yeah, I will say it is interesting that Steins Gate is still, like... I mean, because I know it's definitely not the most popular visual novel nowadays. I mean, it's over 15 years old. So it's like, so it's, so it does mean a lot to, to see that, like, oh, this is actually getting me some attention. Granted, not a lot, but it's fine. I don't need to be popular. I've been doing this streaming thing for almost 10 years at this point, and it's pretty easy to tell that, like, I'm not the most popular person. I don't strive to be, honestly. I mean, if I get popular, that's cool. If that doesn't happen, though, I'm cool with that, too. I mean, I'm not doing this as a job. At least not yet. Who knows if I'll do it. But, yeah. But regardless, thank you for coming to these streams and enjoying, me making a fool of myself trying to, read these visual novels, make jokes to entertain y'all. Especially for a game like this where it's like because I will say this. Y'all think the Jellyman reports were bad, where we're reading about, like, oh, humans becoming jellified and dying and all that? Oh, it gets worse. It gets much worse. But I don't think it's gonna be for a while yet, so we don't need to worry that much yet. Trust me, we'll find out when the story takes a dark turn. It's very obvious. Anyway. With that out of the way, in terms of the next stream, of when the next stream's gonna be. Okay, so, looking at my calendar here, it's on the 25th of January. So yeah, on the 25th of January, we'll be doing part 5 of this game. At, of course, the usual time of 8 p.m. CST, because that's usually when I stream anyway. Again, barring any unfortunate circumstances. And, yeah, that'll be it. So, I guess to start wrapping things up here, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed, more of the time travel shenanigans. Well, I say time travel shenanigans. It's more like seeing the formation of the time machine. And can't wait to see, what other stuff we'll get up to in regards to that. So with that, I hope to see you all next time. So until then, have a good night, a good couple weeks. And I gotta stress this, please, please, please stay safe. Things are going really chaotic right now in America and probably in other countries too. And I wish I could say more as, you know, as support, as, you know, support, to be supportive, encouraging and all that. But I can't really say for sure when things will get better. And I want to say when, because I have to believe that. I don't want to believe that it's a possibility of if, you know? Gotta keep hope up, you know? But yeah, but again, just please stay safe, be careful. I cannot stress that enough. Be careful. Take care of yourself, take care of the people in your life, your community, and just hang in there. Hang in there. You know, you know, I know things seem rough and, you know, and bleak right now, but there's stuff we can still do. There's still stuff we can do, and take care of yourself. And with that, I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.